Hidden worlds once pulsed with life, now reduced to stone, soil, and rumor. Entire civilizations that shaped their lands with temples, roads, and cities of breathtaking scale vanished as if swallowed by time itself. From the rainforests of Guatemala to the deserts of Arabia, their ruins now sleep under roots and dunes, leaving archaeologists piecing together fragments of lives once vivid and complex. These lost cities tell of ambition, artistry, and catastrophe. Each rediscovery pulls back the veil on humanity's forgotten chapters. Kingdoms buried by floods, empires erased by Earth's shifting moods, and societies whose brilliance was nearly lost forever. Tonight, we journey through jungles and sands, over mountains and beneath the waves, to find what remains of these extraordinary places. So settle in, let your thoughts drift, and listen as the world's forgotten cities rise once more from the dust, revealing stories not of myth, but of civilizations that truly lived, built, and disappeared. Morning light slips through a ceiling of emerald leaves, scattering across stone that once defined an empire. The jungle is alive here. Roots snake through corridors, moss drapes over stairways once meant for kings, and the call of distant toucans drifts through humid air. For those who stand before these immense ruins today, it's almost impossible to imagine that this place once ruled over 500,000 souls. Yet, the stones of Tikal still breathe the memory of that greatness. Long before Europe's cathedrals rose or the Roman roads fell to ruin, this city dominated the lowlands of the ancient Maya world. When explorers first reached it in the mid-19th century, they could scarcely comprehend what they'd found. All around them stretched colossal structures swallowed by vegetation, temples taller than any building then known in the Americas. Their faces were carved with glyphs whose meanings had been forgotten for 1,000 years, their steps guarded by the jungle itself. The first reports spoke of a city of giants, of towers lost to time. For decades, no one believed such descriptions could be true. It was easier to imagine exaggeration than to accept that a civilization capable of such precision had flourished here long before the arrival of Europeans. Tikal's rediscovery began quietly. In 1848, a Guatemalan expedition led by Modesto Mendez and Ambrosio Tut stumbled upon the overgrown ruins. They described stone pyramids rising from the greenery like mountains of carved rock. When sketches of these structures reached Europe, scholars realized that Central America had once been home to builders every bit as skilled as the architects of Egypt or Mesopotamia. But what they could not yet grasp was that these were not isolated monuments. They were the remnants of a vast metropolis, one that had once rivaled the greatest cities on Earth. Long before its rediscovery, Tikal had already lived a full lifetime. Around 200 BC, the first families settled on its limestone plateau, drawn by fertile soil and access to seasonal water. Over the centuries, a small community of farmers and traders grew into a mighty political center. By the time of Christ's birth, temple foundations were already rising from the bedrock. The city's planners aligned every structure to the movements of the sun and stars. Each pyramid became both a monument and a calendar. Time itself was written into the architecture. Tikal reached its zenith between 500 and 800 AD, during what scholars call the classic period of Maya civilization. Its skyline was unlike anything else in the Americas. Temples of shining white limestone rose more than 70 meters high. Their crests pierced through the rainforest canopy, visible for miles in every direction. At their bases, palaces sprawled across plazas, each courtyard echoing with the footsteps of nobles, priests, and scribes. Elevated causeways linked neighborhoods across kilometers of dense jungle, while reservoirs, carefully engineered to capture precious rainwater, sustained the population through dry seasons. Archaeologists now know that Tikal's rulers presided over a complex society built on mathematics, astronomy, and intricate systems of trade. Obsidian from the Mexican highlands, jade from the Motagua Valley, feathers from the tropics, and salt from the coast all flowed through its markets. Every transaction reinforced the city's prestige. At its height, more than 100,000 people may have lived within the city's ceremonial core, with hundreds of thousands more spread across its surrounding territory. Among the most astonishing of Tikal's monuments are its towering temples. Temple 1, known as the Temple of the Great Jaguar, rises dramatically above the main plaza. Built around 730 AD, it served as the tomb of King Jasor Chan Kawil I, a ruler whose reign marked a rebirth for the city after decades of warfare and decline. His resting place lay deep within the pyramid, reached by narrow corridors sealed with heavy limestone slabs. When archaeologists excavated it in the 20th century, they found the king's remains surrounded by jade ornaments, carved shells, and obsidian blades, all symbols of power and divine favor. Facing it across the plaza stands Temple 2, the Temple of the Masks, dedicated to the king's queen, Lady Tikal. Together, their pyramids mirror one another, rising like eternal companions across time. When the morning sun cuts across the plaza, the two temples blaze gold against the green forest, an architectural dialogue between life and death, masculine and feminine, heaven and earth. To walk through Tikal's heart today is to move through layers of history. Every plaza, every stairway, every carved stela tells of triumph and catastrophe intertwined. One such monument, Stela 31, bears intricate hieroglyphs describing royal lineage and conquest. Its inscriptions, once indecipherable, now reveal stories of political alliances and bloody battles with rival cities such as Calakmul, Karakol, and Dos Pilas. These wars were not mere border skirmishes. They were cosmic struggles, fought to maintain balance between gods and men. Victory granted divine legitimacy. Defeat meant chaos and humiliation. The rivalry between Tikal and Calakmul in particular defined centuries of Maya politics. Calakmul, situated far to the north, became the great nemesis of Tikal. For generations, the two powers clashed. Armies marching through jungle paths, ambassadors plotting alliances through marriage and intrigue. Around 560 AD, Calakmul triumphed, toppling Tikal's dynasty and plunging the city into darkness for over a century. Yet, like the jungle that would one day reclaim it, Tikal refused to die. Under Jasor Chan Kawil I in the late 7th century, it rose again, reclaiming lost territory and defeating Calakmul in a decisive campaign recorded proudly on stelae and temple walls. The artistry of Tikal's builders extended far beyond warfare and politics. Their architects understood geometry, proportion, and acoustics with astonishing precision. Standing on the central plaza, one can clap hands and hear the sound reflect back in perfect rhythm, as though the stones themselves were tuned instruments. Archaeologists believe the city's design was intended not only for visual grandeur, but also for auditory harmony during ceremonies, drums and chants resonating across terraces like a heartbeat shared by thousands. Life here thrived under a complex cosmology. Every building mirrored the universe as the Maya understood it. Three realms joined by the sacred ceiba tree, the underworld of ancestors, the earthly plane of men, and the celestial sphere of gods. Pyramids rose as artificial mountains, stairways symbolizing ascension between worlds. The rulers, considered intermediaries with divine power, performed bloodletting rituals atop the temples, offering their own essence to sustain cosmic order. To modern sensibilities, such acts may seem foreign, but to the Maya, they were expressions of duty, sacrifice, and balance. When night fell over ancient Tikal, the city must have glowed with torches and fires, its temples casting long gold reflections across the plazas. From the temple tops, priests watched the constellations drift above, tracking Venus, the Pleiades, and the Milky Way, recording their cycles with precision that rivaled contemporary astronomers anywhere on Earth. The heavens dictated not only festivals, but warfare, agriculture, and coronations. Time was sacred, measured through calendars that interlocked like gears in a cosmic machine. Each day carried spiritual weight, a living connection between humans and eternity. But power built on the jungle's edge came with fragility. As Tikal expanded, the demands of its population strained the surrounding environment. Deforestation, soil exhaustion, and drought compounded pressures from rival states. Archaeological evidence points to extended dry periods during the 9th century when reservoirs dried and crops failed. Combined with political unrest and shifting trade networks, the great city began to falter. Populations thinned, temples fell into disuse, and artisans left their workshops behind. By the end of the 9th century, the heart of Tikal was largely abandoned. Jungle roots pushed through masonry, roofs collapsed under creeping vegetation. The once resplendent plazas turned to fields of ferns and vines. For nearly 1,000 years, the forest reclaimed every surface, transforming palaces into green mountains. Local Maya communities still visited the area, preserving memories through oral traditions. But to the outside world, Tikal vanished completely. When explorers of the modern age arrived, they faced a landscape that seemed to resist intrusion. The first expeditions hacked through thick vines, waded through swamps, and climbed tangled mounds that turned out to be temple tops. Each structure revealed another layer of wonder. In the 20th century, archaeological teams began systematic excavations, slowly peeling away centuries of vegetation. Beneath the roots, they uncovered entire neighborhoods, palaces with stuccoed walls, ball courts where ritual games once decided political fates, and causeways that stretched farther than the eye could follow. One of the most astonishing discoveries came from the Temple of the Inscriptions, where hieroglyphic stairways detailed genealogies spanning generations. The texts, once a mystery of looping symbols, have since been deciphered, giving modern scholars a window into Tikal's inner life. Through these inscriptions, we now know the names of its rulers, their triumphs, alliances, and even the dates of eclipses and celestial events they recorded with unmatched precision. Excavations also revealed something less tangible but equally profound: the city's capacity for adaptation. Archaeologists found evidence of advanced water management systems, including massive reservoirs lined with clay and gravel to prevent leakage. These reservoirs were interconnected, channeling rainfall from plazas and roofs into storage basins. Even today, during Guatemala's dry months, traces of this ancient hydraulic engineering remain functional. Such ingenuity speaks to a people deeply attuned to their environment, shaping nature not through conquest but through symbiosis. Tikal's rediscovery in the modern era coincided with breakthroughs in understanding the broader Maya world. For centuries, Western scholars had dismissed the Maya as peaceful astronomers or mystical priests detached from worldly affairs. Excavations at Tikal shattered that illusion, revealing a dynamic civilization of engineers, warriors, and poets whose complexity rivaled any ancient empire. The hieroglyphic inscriptions, once thought to be mere decoration, proved to be a written language recording history, politics, and philosophy. Every glyph uncovered at Tikal helped decode the larger story of the Maya civilization. By the mid-20th century, archaeologists such as William Coe, Edwin Shook, and later teams from the University of Pennsylvania transformed the site into one of the most studied ancient cities on Earth. Their meticulous excavations revealed royal tombs, painted murals, and buried offerings containing jade masks, carved bones, and obsidian tools. Each discovery added dimension to the once silent stones. A complex network of causeways, reservoirs, and residential compounds came into focus, illustrating how deeply organized and connected Tikal had been. Modern technology has expanded that vision even further. Using LiDAR, laser scanning from aircraft, researchers recently mapped the entire region, penetrating dense jungle canopy to reveal a vast web of causeways, defensive walls, and neighboring settlements. What appeared from the ground as isolated temples now forms part of a colossal urban landscape stretching for miles. This discovery proved what archaeologists had long suspected. Tikal was not an isolated ceremonial center, but the nucleus of a sprawling metropolis, connected by roads to satellite cities and agricultural zones. Standing before these ruins today, visitors often remark on a feeling that words can't quite capture, a sense that time folds inward here. The cries of parrots mix with the rustle of leaves, and from the top of Temple 4, the largest structure, The horizon ripples with green as far as the eye can see. The rainforest hides countless mounds that still await excavation. Somewhere beneath those layers of soil and root, more stories sleep. Perhaps what makes Tikal so captivating isn't only its grandeur, but its reminder of impermanence. Every empire, no matter how sophisticated, must eventually face the weight of time. Yet Tikal's stones carry a strange resilience. Despite centuries of abandonment, the carvings remain crisp, the steps unbroken, the plazas still aligned with the rising sun. It's as though the builders designed their city not just for their own age, but for those who would rediscover it millennia later. The Maya who built Tikal believed that time moved in cycles, that endings were never absolute but part of continual renewal. In that sense, the rediscovery of their greatest city feels like the closing of one cycle and the start of another. The modern world, with its satellites and algorithms, now studies the same stars those ancient astronomers watched from temple summits. We find ourselves looking backward through time, deciphering their stories, reawakening what was lost. What astonishes scholars most isn't only the architecture or the scale, but the sophistication of thought that guided it all. The Maya concept of order blended science, religion, and art seamlessly. Their mathematics included the concept of 0 centuries before it appeared in other cultures. Their calendar systems interlocked with astronomical precision, enabling predictions of eclipses and planetary cycles. Their art, found on pottery, murals, and carved lintels, reveals an eye for detail and symbolism as complex as any Renaissance fresco. For a civilization once written off as primitive, Tikal's rediscovery forced a reckoning. It reminded the modern world that brilliance has emerged independently across every continent, often in isolation, yet guided by the same human drive to understand the universe. The Maya sought harmony between heaven and earth, between order and chaos. Their architecture was not simply stone, it was philosophy made visible. Today, the site is protected as part of Tikal National Park, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Visitors hike along ancient causeways, hear howler monkeys roar through the trees, and climb stairways once reserved for kings. Each step carries them through time, from modern forest to ancient empire. Conservationists work tirelessly to preserve the monuments, balancing tourism with protection. For every structure cleared of vines, dozens more remain hidden, waiting their turn to rise again into light. What remains unseen may yet prove as significant as what has been uncovered. LiDAR scans hint at networks extending far beyond the known boundaries, evidence of roads, canals, and residential zones suggesting that Tikal may have been part of a massive, interconnected civilization spanning hundreds of miles. If confirmed, this would redefine our understanding of urban life in the ancient world. Even now, debates continue about the forces that led to Tikal's decline. Some point to drought, others emphasize warfare or social upheaval. Yet perhaps the truest explanation is the simplest. Civilizations, like living organisms, grow, adapt, and eventually transform. Tikal did not vanish entirely. It became part of the forest, part of the soil, its stones blending with roots to form a new ecosystem. The jungle preserved what history forgot. At dusk, when the forest begins to quiet and the last sunlight paints the temples gold, the city feels almost awake again. The same constellations that guided its builders drift slowly across the sky. Somewhere, an archaeologist finishes brushing dirt from a carved glyph, revealing another line of history once thought lost. Each discovery draws the past a little closer, bridging the distance between their world and ours. Tikal's story is one of rediscovery, not only of a city, but of the resilience of human creativity. Against time, against decay, it still speaks. Every stone cut by ancient hands holds both mystery and familiarity. To study it is to glimpse the extraordinary within the ordinary, to feel that even the forest's endless growth cannot erase what was once built with purpose and faith. And as night settles over the Maya lowlands, the city becomes what it always was, a meeting point between earth and sky, between what is known and what remains to be found. The temples fade into darkness, yet their forms linger in the mind like constellations remembered from a dream. Tomorrow, another sun will rise through the canopy, lighting the same stones that have seen uncounted dawns. What follows from here is another story, another rediscovery waiting beyond the trees. The sea along the northern coast of the Peloponnese looks calm now, gently folding against the shore, carrying the faint scent of salt and seaweed. Fishermen cast their nets here at dawn, unaware that only a few meters beneath their boats lie the remains of a once prosperous Greek city swallowed by water and mud more than 2,000 years ago. The waves conceal marble foundations, broken columns, and fragments of pottery that once lined the streets of Helike, a city that vanished in a single night. Ancient writers claimed its temples and homes were taken by the sea, that survivors saw bronze statues shimmering through the waves, still standing where they had been built, until the deep silt of centuries buried them entirely. Helike's fate was remembered as a warning, a story repeated through generations about pride, disaster, and divine retribution. Yet for archaeologists, it became something more tangible, a puzzle that refused to stay legend. For centuries, no one knew where the city had stood. Travelers searched along the Gulf of Corinth, reading ancient accounts by Strabo and Pausanias, comparing the coastline to their words. The geography had changed over millennia. Rivers had shifted course, sediment had filled harbors, and the sea had retreated. By the time modern scholars arrived, Helike's location had become uncertain, blurred by time and geology alike. What little was known came from those who claimed to have witnessed the catastrophe. According to ancient chroniclers, one winter night around 364 BC, an earthquake struck with such force that the earth split open. Within moments, the ground sank, and a towering wave surged inland. Villages nearby were swept away. When dawn returned, the landscape was unrecognizable. Helike, once the leading city of the Achaean League, had vanished completely. Travelers arriving afterward described columns and statues visible beneath clear waters, ghostly remains seen through the surface before being buried by centuries of silt. But before disaster struck, Helike had been a jewel of Western Greece. Founded centuries earlier, perhaps in the Mycenaean age, it grew into a thriving city-state controlling fertile farmland and maritime trade. Its people worshipped Poseidon Helikonios, lord of earthquakes and the sea, whose temple stood proudly at the city's heart. Ancient coins from Helike bore his image, trident raised high, dolphins circling his throne, a symbol of both protection and power. Ironically, it was the god they honored that would one day destroy them. By the 4th century BC, Helike's influence extended across the Gulf. Its citizens minted their own currency and hosted festivals drawing visitors from distant lands. Philosophers from nearby Aegeum and Corinth passed through its markets. Yet the same sea that sustained their wealth carried warning signs. Accounts from neighboring towns tell of strange phenomena before the catastrophe: animals fleeing inland, wells turning brackish, and the air trembling as if the ground itself held its breath. No one realized these were the preludes to ruin. The earthquake struck at night when the city slept. Contemporary reports describe a roar from the earth louder than thunder, followed by walls collapsing in an instant. The tremors continued until the very coastline gave way. Eyewitnesses in Aegeum, 12 kilometers away, saw the sea draw back, exposing the seabed. Then came the returning wave, massive, black, and filled with debris. When it withdrew, nothing remained but open water and drifting wreckage. Every inhabitant of Helike was lost. For centuries afterward, sailors claimed to glimpse outlines of streets through the depths. Nets sometimes caught fragments of pottery, coins bearing Poseidon's trident, and pieces of bronze sculpture encrusted with coral. Philosophers and historians debated whether the disaster was punishment or coincidence. Plato's dialogues, written not long after the event, mentioned cities drowned by divine will, tales that would inspire later myths of Atlantis. To many, Helike became a living example of hubris repaid by the gods. As time passed, the coastline changed again. Silt carried by rivers gradually pushed the sea outward, covering the submerged ruins. By the Roman era, only faint traces remained, a marshy plain, reeds swaying where temples once stood. Pilgrims visited the site described by Pausanias in the 2nd century AD, who wrote that an earthquake and flood had buried Helike, and that fishermen still found remnants of its sanctuaries underwater. Yet even his account left later generations uncertain. Which river had destroyed it? Which bay had swallowed its harbor? Over 2 millennia, the landscape had rewritten itself too many times. It wasn't until the 20th century that scholars renewed the search in earnest. The legend of a city swallowed by the sea drew geologists, historians, and explorers alike. Early expeditions scoured the coastline east of Aegeum, digging trenches through marshland and studying sediment layers. They found nothing certain, only scattered pottery too weathered to date precisely. The true location of Helike remained a mystery, lost between myth and shifting earth. Then, in 1988, a breakthrough arrived through patience rather than chance. A Greek archaeologist named Dora Katsonopoulou, working with the University of Patras, decided to abandon the idea that Helike lay far offshore. Instead, she looked inland, reasoning that centuries of sediment might have buried the city not underwater, but beneath the coastal plain itself. Her intuition proved correct. Excavations near the village of Rizomylos uncovered layers of ancient soil that had once been seabed. Within them lay collapsed walls, streets paved with stone, and household pottery datable to the 4th century BC. The long-lost city was at last emerging, not from the waves but from the mud. What researchers discovered over the following years was remarkable. The remains of Helike stretched across a wide area, evidence of houses, workshops, and public buildings. A circular structure identified as a tholos, or council chamber, lay preserved under meters of silt. Nearby, a small sanctuary to Poseidon appeared, confirming ancient descriptions. Even more astonishing were findings of human skeletons buried by the sudden deluge, their positions frozen at the moment of disaster. Some were found within homes, others near doorways, as if caught while fleeing. Each discovery transformed myth into documented history. The geological record told its own story. Beneath layers of alluvium lay thick deposits of marine sand filled with shells and sea organisms, proving that a tsunami had indeed swept inland. Soil analysis revealed liquefaction, evidence that the ground had briefly behaved like liquid during the quake, swallowing structures whole before solidifying again. Through this, modern science confirmed what ancient witnesses had described: a double catastrophe of earth and sea acting together. To walk across the excavation site today is to step between two worlds. On the surface, olive groves stretch across the plain, their roots feeding on the same soil that once buried a civilization. Below, archaeologists move carefully through layers of time, each trowel stroke revealing pottery fragments glazed in black and red, coins stamped with the emblem of Poseidon, fragments of roof tiles once baked in Greek sunlight. The air hums with cicadas, while the distant sea shimmers beyond fields that were once a harbor. Helike's rediscovery reshaped understanding of ancient Greek settlements along the Corinthian Gulf. The site revealed advanced urban planning, streets aligned to cardinal directions, drainage channels, and storage pits indicating organized civic life. Artifacts showed that Helike had traded widely, its ceramics and metals linking it to Corinth, Athens, and even colonies in Asia Minor. What emerged from the mud was not a small coastal town, but a sophisticated polis thriving at the crossroads of commerce and culture. Among the most haunting finds was a bronze coin depicting Poseidon holding his trident surrounded by dolphins. The symbol of their protector had been carried through centuries of sediment, reappearing like an omen. The irony of that image struck many who handled it. The same sea god who had ensured their prosperity was believed to have brought their destruction, a paradox the ancients themselves acknowledged. Some ancient writers recorded that Helike's priests had denied a request from Ionian colonists to build a temple to Poseidon, angering the god. Others told of sacrilege committed against his image. Whether true or not, such stories reflect humanity's need to find reason within catastrophe. The rediscovery also offered valuable geological insight. The Gulf of Corinth lies on one of Europe's most active fault lines, a region where the African and Eurasian plates meet. Earthquakes have shaped its coasts for millennia, altering shorelines and creating deep underwater valleys. Helike's destruction provided one of the earliest historically documented examples of earthquake-induced subsidence and tsunami formation. For geologists, the event bridged myth and science, transforming ancient narrative into data that deepened understanding of natural hazards still present today. Yet, beyond scientific revelation, Helike evokes an atmosphere difficult to quantify. Visitors describe a sense of tranquility over the plain, as though the landscape itself has found peace after turmoil. In spring, wildflowers bloom across the excavation trenches, softening the outlines of buried stone. Archaeologists often speak quietly here, their voices subdued by respect for those who never escaped that fateful night. When rain falls, small pools gather where the sea once rushed, reflecting fragments of columns that have not seen light for 2 millennia. Museums nearby display artifacts recovered from the site, pottery vessels decorated with mythic scenes, jewelry crafted from bronze and silver, and tools once used by Helike's artisans. Each piece tells of ordinary lives abruptly interrupted. The handles of amphorae still bear fingerprints left by potters, preserved by time and chance. It is through these minute traces that the city feels most alive, not through its temples or politics, but through the evidence of human touch. As excavation continues, researchers use ground-penetrating radar and seismic imaging to map structures still buried. The outline of a large public square has been detected, along with additional sanctuaries possibly dedicated to other deities. Every discovery expands the known boundaries of the city, suggesting that Helike was larger and more complex than even the earliest accounts described. Interestingly, the disaster that destroyed Helike may have indirectly preserved it. The thick blanket of sediment sealed artifacts from decay, keeping organic material like wood and textiles intact, rare survivals in Greek archaeology. It also protected the ruins from looters and builders who might otherwise have reused the stone. Nature's violence became its guardian. Helike's story resonates because it combines grandeur and fragility. Like Pompeii centuries later, it froze a civilization at the moment of collapse. But unlike Pompeii, no volcanic ash marked its grave, no mountain shadowed its fall. It was the sea itself that claimed it, turning familiar streets into a seabed and homes into coral-covered mounds. To imagine the city today is to picture a mosaic of everyday life suspended between land and water, a meeting place of myth and geology. The search for Helike also reignited broader interest in how ancient disasters shaped human memory. The Greek world recorded many earthquakes and floods, but few as vividly as this one. Some scholars believe its destruction influenced the persistence of flood myths around the Mediterranean, reinforcing narratives of divine punishment and renewal. Others see it as a cautionary tale about the power of nature in a region that still trembles from time to time. Whatever interpretation one chooses, the lesson endures. Prosperity can vanish in an instant, yet stories persist longer than stone. Modern residents of the Achaean coast live close to that lesson. Their villages rest on land formed partly from the same sediments that buried Helike. Every tremor reminds them that history here is layered not only in ruins but in the ground itself. Yet the region thrives again. Vineyards climb the hillsides, small harbors line the shore, and fishermen still cast nets over the place where a city once stood. Life continues, shaped by awareness rather than fear. At night, the Gulf of Corinth glows with reflected starlight. The sea seems calm, but those who know its history regard it differently, a surface concealing depth, both literal and temporal. Somewhere under the mud and shifting currents, mosaics lie intact, walls still stand, and perhaps statues of Poseidon remain upright, just as ancient travelers once described. The water moves softly above them, blurring past and present into one continuous motion. When archaeologists finish their work each season, they cover the trenches again to protect them. The city returns to quiet, its outlines marked only by stakes and ropes. In time, grass will grow over the site until excavation resumes. This cycle of uncovering and returning mirrors the story of Helike itself, a city revealed, lost, and rediscovered again and again. For those who study it, Helike embodies the intersection of myth and material truth. Ancient storytellers may have described divine wrath, but modern science has shown how tectonic forces and sedimentation can erase a civilization overnight. Yet neither explanation cancels the other. The myth conveys meaning, the science provides understanding. Together they form a complete picture of humanity's relationship with nature, creative, destructive, and eternally intertwined. When the excavation lights fade and only the sea can be heard from afar, one can almost picture the city as it was. Torchlight along marble colonnades, merchants closing their stalls, fishermen hauling nets from the harbor. Then, the tremor, a soundless motion at first, spreading through stone and water until everything shifts. Within moments, streets become rivers, buildings fold into the earth, and the surface of the sea swells upward to reclaim its own. The image passes quickly, leaving stillness behind. But that instant, frozen across centuries, remains embedded in the soil that now hides it. Helike's rediscovery reminds us that history is not a straight line. It rises and falls, sometimes vanishing entirely, only to surface again in another form. The same coastline that destroyed the city now gives birth to knowledge, drawing people from across the world to study, preserve, and reflect. Through their work, Helike continues to speak, not as a warning from angry gods, but as a testament to resilience, curiosity, and the enduring need to uncover what lies hidden. As the waves roll quietly across the gulf and the horizon fades into the night, the story of a vanished city lingers, not as tragedy alone, but as continuity. For every civilization lost to time, another voice rises to rediscover it. Somewhere beyond this shoreline, another forgotten place awaits its turn to return from obscurity. Mud swallows everything evenly. It does not distinguish between a pharaoh's statue and a farmer's bowl. It simply keeps what it's given. For centuries, the low fields of the Nile Delta seemed ordinary, flat, wet, unremarkable. The peasants called the place San el Hagar and thought it nothing more than good farmland. Yet the ground was heavy with stone. Each plough that cut into the earth struck granite. Every irrigation ditch revealed fragments of carved eyes, wings, crowns. The locals stacked these pieces at the edges of their fields as though the earth were shedding remnants of an earlier world. When European explorers first crossed the delta in the early 19th century, they noticed how the soil glittered with chips of quartz and porphyry. They traced the pattern to a slight rise, half-flooded, where the mud refused to dry even in summer. One morning, after rain had softened the surface, a worker brushed aside a patch of clay and uncovered a perfectly curved jaw carved in red granite. It was too smooth to be natural, too precise to be random. As the team cleared more of the deposit, a collar of hieroglyphs appeared, still sharp enough to catch sunlight. That single curve of stone changed the map of Egypt. The city of Tanis, long dismissed as a myth or a confusion in old Greek accounts, had been found. The first impression of the site was one of chaos. Massive blocks lay tangled together as though an entire city had been overturned by a careless hand. Obelisks, statues, sarcophagi, all scattered and half-buried. To walk through the excavation was to move through broken time. One statue bore the face of Ramses II, another the cartouche of Suzan I, yet both had been dragged from older sites hundreds of kilometers away. The pharaohs who built Tanis had recycled Egypt's own monuments, transplanting fragments of earlier glory into new soil. The result was a city assembled from memory, a collage of dynasties pretending to be whole. During the 21st dynasty, when Thebes dominated the south and Memphis faded, Tanis rose quietly in the north. Its founders chose a strange place for a capital, marshland laced with shifting water. But the delta's unpredictability was also its strength. Whoever held the waterways controlled the grain, the trade, and the passage between sea and river. From this damp ground, the new kings announced that Egypt's center had moved. They raised temples to Amun, Mut, and Khonsu, building sanctuaries whose pylons reflected across canals like doubled mirages. The stone for these temples came from far upriver, hauled by barge along the Nile, then dragged across the mud by teams of men who sank to their knees with each step. Yet the work continued year after year until the delta shimmered with granite towers as grand as anything in Thebes. Imagine approaching the city by boat during its height. The air thick with moisture, the horizon a silver haze. Then the forms sharpen. Pylons crowned with flags, obelisks rising like frozen sunlight, colossal statues watching from the quays. The smell of resin and fish mingles with burning incense. Priests chant from platforms, their voices woven with the cries of herons circling above the water. To the left lies the temple of Amun-Ra, its gates plated with copper so bright that travelers claimed the sunrise began there. To the right stretch markets where sailors unload cedar from Lebanon, copper from Cyprus, and wine sealed in amphorae. Tanis was not only holy, it was worldly, a port between kingdoms. Yet the same water that sustained it kept erasing its edges. Each flood season changed the course of the channels, leaving quays stranded and streets drowned. To survive, the inhabitants built higher. Houses rose on the rubble of older houses, temples on the foundations of earlier shrines. Layer upon layer, the ground lifted until the city stood on a mound of its own past. The process gave Tanis a strange vertical history. Every generation literally lived above its ancestors. When foreign powers arrived, the Libyans first, then the Assyrians, the city adapted again. The gods were renamed, the priests reordained, but the rhythm of life continued. Even when Egypt's capital shifted once more, Tanis remained a place of worship and wealth. It declined slowly, like a river changing course, until only the temples stayed active. Then, sometime around the late Classical Age, the Nile deserted it entirely. Canals turned to stagnant pools, reeds invaded courtyards. The city drowned not by catastrophe, but by neglect. Centuries later, villagers dug wells and found walls of red granite beneath their feet. They used the exposed blocks for foundations and doorsteps, never guessing they were walking over royal tombs. By the time Napoleon's scholars mapped the delta, Tanis had already vanished into legend. Some thought it was Pi-Ramesses, others believed it never existed. The confusion persisted until the 19th century, when a few stubborn archaeologists followed the trail of stone northward and proved that the lost capital had simply been hiding under mud. The work of excavation was exhausting. The ground refused to cooperate. Shovels struck water within a meter. Trenches collapsed overnight. Notebooks blurred with humidity. Yet each season yielded new surprises. Colossal heads of Ramses II, broken obelisks inscribed for kings of later dynasties, fragments of reliefs depicting battles long forgotten. The archaeologists realized they were uncovering a city built almost entirely from monuments of earlier reigns. Tanis was a library of stone, its texts rearranged but legible. Among the most remarkable discoveries came during the early 20th century, when Pierre Montet uncovered a cluster of tombs untouched since antiquity. In 1940, while Europe slid toward chaos, his team opened a burial chamber lined with silver. Inside lay the coffin of Susen I, its surface engraved with protective gods. The air inside was damp but still. The scent of ancient resin clung to everything. When they lifted the lid, the light caught a golden mask fitted perfectly to the king's face. Around him lay necklaces of lapis and turquoise, daggers with handles of ivory, and bowls hammered from gold thin as leaf. Unlike most royal tombs in Egypt, this one had never been looted. The same mud that had hidden Tanis had also protected it. The find should have shaken the world, yet the timing, at the edge of war, muted the news. Photographs circulated among scholars but rarely reached the public. Decades later, when exhibitions finally displayed the treasures, visitors were astonished that such magnificence had come from a city many had never heard of. The mask of Psusenes gleamed beside the treasures of Tutankhamun, proving that Egypt's artistry had not faded after the New Kingdom, it had merely shifted north. Archaeologists describe Tanis as both a city and a puzzle. Its ruins do not align neatly. Temples cross over older temples, walls cut through earlier courtyards. Some stones bear 3 or 4 sets of inscriptions, each a correction of history. Ramses' name carved deep, then scratched out, replaced by Shoshenq's, later reinscribed by a lesser king. It is as though the pharaohs argued across centuries, each demanding a share of eternity. Even today, walking among the ruins feels like listening to a conversation still unresolved. The environment adds its own voice. The delta's humidity paints everything in green and brown. Lichen creeps across the carvings. Frogs rest in the hollows of hieroglyphs. At dusk, when the air cools, mist gathers low to the ground, softening the edges of columns until they resemble silhouettes of vanished towers. The archaeologists working here often speak quietly, not from superstition, but because the place encourages restraint. Every sound is absorbed by water and mud. leaving the site hushed except for the faint splash of boots and the hum of mosquitoes. Even the generators that pump out water seem reluctant to disturb the calm. From a distance, the landscape appears almost pastoral. Palm trees fringe the horizon, and fields of barley ripple where avenues once ran. Only on closer inspection do the ruins emerge. Massive fragments of statues lying face down, the curved tops of obelisks barely breaking the soil, the outlines of pylons forming shallow depressions. It takes imagination to reconstruct the grandeur, yet the mind obliges. Stand long enough beside a fallen column, and the city begins to reassemble itself. The clang of bronze, the murmur of processions, the glare of midday on polished stone. Tanis also offers a study in survival through adaptation. Its builders reused monuments from Pyramesses not merely for convenience, but as a deliberate statement. By transplanting the achievements of Ramses II into their own capital, the rulers of Tanis claimed continuity with the great age of empire. They turned recycling into theology, proof that divine authority could be moved like a statue without losing power. In that sense, the city embodies Egypt's genius for reinvention. Each dynasty inherited ruins and made them new, binding the nation's past and present through stone. The discovery of Tanis forced historians to reconsider Egypt's geography of memory. The desert sites, Thebes, Abydos, Saqqara, had dominated scholarship because their dryness preserved monuments perfectly. The delta, by contrast, seemed fickle and treacherous. Yet the mud that concealed Tanis kept its reliefs crisp and its tombs intact. It revealed that preservation can take more than one form. Some memories survive by remaining visible, others by vanishing completely. The everyday artifacts tell as much as the monuments. Excavations uncovered pottery still bearing fingerprints, fishing nets hardened into brittle lace, beads strung on thread that disintegrated when touched. One layer produced children's toys, clay animals with rolling wheels. Another yielded jars still sealed with mud stoppers, their contents long evaporated. These traces make the city intimate. The same hands that built the great temples also baked bread, repaired nets, and painted walls with ochre. The lost capital was not only a symbol of power, but a place of ordinary lives. By the mid-20th century, large portions of Tanis had been mapped. The main temple complex, covering nearly 70 acres, contained multiple sanctuaries dedicated to Amun-Ra and his family of gods. A vast courtyard opened before twin pylons. Beyond lay halls supported by columns shaped like papyrus stalks. Reliefs on the inner walls depicted offerings to the gods, scenes of royal coronation, and records of festivals once held to mark the flooding of the Nile. Many of these carvings still bear traces of blue and red pigment, proof that the temples were once dazzling with color. The modern eye, accustomed to pale stone, forgets that ancient Egypt was painted. Outside the sacred precincts stretched a city of craftsmen and traders. Excavations revealed workshops for metal, pottery, and faience, as well as granaries large enough to store the harvest of several provinces. The delta's abundance made Tanis wealthy. Its position on the trade routes made it cosmopolitan. Foreign goods, Phoenician glass, Greek pottery, Nubian ivory, appear in the same strata as local wares. The people of Tanis lived at the meeting point of worlds. The slow death of the city came through silt. As the Nile shifted eastward, Tanis lost its harbor. Without constant dredging, the canals filled with mud and the population drifted away. The temples remained, guarded by a dwindling priesthood until even the priests left. The city fell not by conquest, but by sedimentation, a gradual burial measured in centimeters per year. By the time early Christian pilgrims passed through the region, they found only scattered stones and pools of stagnant water. The name Tanis survived as a word without a place. Modern technology continues to rewrite its story. Ground-penetrating radar has traced streets extending beyond the known ruins, suggesting residential quarters, yet unexcavated. Core samples reveal alternating layers of habitation and flood, like breaths of the earth recorded through clay. Satellite images taken after seasonal rains show faint lines where walls still lie underground. Each discovery expands the map but also deepens the mystery of how much remains unseen. To visit Tanis today is to experience contradiction. The site feels both vast and confined. The open delta sky stretches endlessly, yet the mud pulls every step downward. Archaeologists move carefully along raised paths, their tools gleaming faintly with moisture. The smell of wet earth mixes with diesel from the pumps. Every few meters, a new fragment appears, the paw of a sphinx, the corner of a relief, the base of an obelisk. The temptation to clean and display each piece is strong, but the team works slowly, letting the city emerge at its own pace. In such a place, haste feels like disrespect. Evening transforms everything. The water in the trenches turns reflective, mirroring columns and cranes alike. Birds settle on the fallen statues, unbothered by the human presence. The archaeologists pack their notebooks, marking coordinates that will shift slightly by morning as the mud collapses again. Work lights flicker across the field until the generator sputters off, and then only the outline of the mound remains, dark against a sky filled with the faint glow of distant villages. For a few hours, Tanis is whole again, hidden yet alive. The rediscovery of this lost capital did more than fill a blank on Egypt's map. It reminded the world that history is never fixed. Civilizations vanish not because they are forgotten, but because they change form. The granite of Tanis may lie broken, but the ideas that shaped it, the adaptation to shifting water, the recycling of past glory, still resonate. Every empire builds upon the ruins of another. Every city hides a future excavation waiting to happen. Some historians call Tanis Egypt's city of second lives. Its stones once honored one set of gods, then another. Its monuments began in one capital and ended in this one. Even its rediscovery came through repetition, century after century of explorers returning to the same delta, convinced that something magnificent must be hidden there. They were right. What they found was not a single moment of greatness, but the accumulation of many. At times, the site feels almost sentient. The mud resists intrusion, swallowing tools and tracks, erasing footprints overnight. It keeps secrets with the patience of water. Each object surrendered seems to be offered reluctantly, a bargain between earth and curiosity. Perhaps that is why the excavators speak of Tanis not as a ruin, but as a partner. It gives only what it chooses. Today, the treasures of Tanis rest in museums, their gold polished, their silver bright under modern lights. Yet those who have stood among the ruins say the true treasure is the silence of the delta at dawn. A heron lifting from a flooded trench, the faint trickle of water through reeds, the awareness that beneath one's feet lies an entire capital still dreaming. To touch that awareness is to feel time compress, not as a line, but as a tide that advances, retreats, and returns again. The story of Tanis closes not with a grand discovery, but with a rhythm. The rivers rise, the archaeologists return, the city's slow reappearance. Each generation finds it anew, learns its contours, then watches it sink back into its element. That rhythm is its immortality. No flood, no drought, no empire can erase a city that understands how to disappear. When the last light leaves the delta, the land turns mirror dark. A faint breeze moves across the fields, carrying the scent of water plants and distant firewood. The excavators have gone. Only their footprints remain, already filling with thin puddles. Somewhere below, the granite faces of forgotten kings lie tilted toward the surface, waiting for the next dawn. Tanis sleeps, patient, unhurried, eternal. Its story written not in stone alone, but in the water that keeps returning to claim it. The jungle hides its secrets not by force, but by indifference. It grows over everything, stone, bone, memory, with the same slow persistence. When helicopters first flew above the northern Petén region of Guatemala, the canopy appeared endless, an ocean of green broken only by the tips of trees older than any city on Earth. Then a shape caught the light, a line too straight to be natural, a mound rising above the foliage with geometric precision. The pilot circled again. From that height, the jungle looked like a living thing, and buried inside it was something even older, the ruins of El Mirador. The first explorers who reached it on foot in the 1930s described the journey as a kind of endurance ritual. Days of heat and humidity, nights filled with the cry of howler monkeys that sounded like thunder rolling through leaves. There were no roads, no settlements, only narrow paths cut by machete and marked with bits of cloth tied to branches. The forest was so dense that even at midday the light felt filtered through water. Yet through those green corridors rose shapes that could not belong to nature. Steep embankments, terraces, fragments of plaster still clinging to roots. It was clear that something immense slept here, forgotten. El Mirador means the lookout, though the ancient Maya called it something else, a name long lost to erosion and silence. Its discovery rewrote the understanding of Maya civilization. Until then, scholars believed the great cities, Tikal, Calakmul, Palenque, had emerged around the first centuries before the Common Era. El Mirador proved otherwise. It was centuries older, flourishing before 400 BC, a metropolis that rose and fell long before its better-known descendants were born. To imagine the scale of the place, picture a city that covers nearly 100 square miles, hidden entirely beneath rainforest. The Ladanta complex alone, the largest pyramid in the Americas, rises more than 200 feet from the jungle floor, each tier built from millions of hand-cut limestone blocks carried on human backs. From its summit, ancient priests once watched the sun lift over a horizon of mist and trees. Today, the same view reveals nothing but green. Time has reversed itself. The forest has reclaimed the sky. Archaeologists who came later found that the city was not a single settlement but a network of plazas, causeways, and reservoirs engineered with astonishing precision. The causeways stretch for miles, elevated stone highways connecting El Mirador to smaller satellite cities. Even buried, they remain visible from the air, broad pale lines etched through vegetation like the veins of a leaf. These roads were raised above the swamps so traders could travel during the rainy season, linking communities across what is now impassable terrain. Each step of discovery revealed planning on a scale no one expected from the so-called pre-classic era. The architecture was equally ambitious. The pyramids of El Tigre and Ladanta dominated the landscape, their faces once coated in smooth white stucco that caught the sun like mirrors. Between them stretched plazas large enough to hold thousands. Carvings along stairways depict gods with serpent jaws, rulers wearing jaguar pelts, processions of dancers and captives. Even in their ruined state, the reliefs communicate energy, movement frozen in limestone. When researchers brushed away layers of soil, they found traces of red and blue pigment still clinging to the grooves, proof that these figures were once vivid, almost blindingly colorful. Walking among the ruins today feels like stepping through a dream half remembered. The forest muffles sound, only the whine of insects and the distant rustle of leaves mark the hours. Trees have grown through temple steps, their roots gripping stone like the fingers of time itself. Kaaba trunks rise where priests once stood. The smell is thick, earth, moss, the sweetness of decay. Each breath carries the reminder that life here never truly stops, it only changes hosts. For the archaeologists who devote their lives to this place, El Mirador is not just an excavation site, it's a dialogue between past and present. Every season begins the same way, a caravan of mules carrying water, fuel, and equipment through the forest. Local guides navigating invisible trails, the sudden hush that falls when the first pyramid appears through the trees. The scale is overwhelming. Standing at the base of Ladanta, one feels less like a discoverer and more like an intruder on something sacred. The structure rises tier after tier until the top disappears into mist. It takes hours to climb. From above, the jungle stretches unbroken to every horizon, concealing dozens of other mounds that may hide more temples, more plazas, more stories waiting to be coaxed back into light. The most astonishing revelation came not from the ground, but from the air. When researchers began using LiDAR, light detection radar that penetrates foliage, they uncovered an entire civilization beneath the canopy. Thousands of buildings, canals, and defensive walls connected by causeways formed what may have been the first state-level society in the Americas. The network extended across hundreds of square miles, linking El Mirador with other centers like Nakbe and Tintal. The discovery confirmed that the Maya had built complex urban systems centuries earlier than anyone believed possible. What had once seemed isolated pyramids were, in truth, the peaks of a buried empire. Archaeologists pieced together fragments of El Mirador's story through ceramics, carbon dating, and the study of construction layers. The city reached its zenith between 600 and 200 BC, then declined abruptly. The reasons remain uncertain. Deforestation may have exhausted the soil. Political rivalries could have fractured the ruling elite. Or perhaps the balance between human ambition and the fragile ecosystem simply collapsed. Whatever the cause, the population dispersed, and the jungle began its slow reclamation. By the time later Maya kingdoms rose, El Mirador was already a ruin, a memory their own myths would echo. Yet the sophistication of its engineering suggests a society both confident and creative. Canals redirected seasonal floods into reservoirs lined with clay. Plazas were leveled with astonishing precision. Drainage systems managed water flow during storms. Even their agricultural fields show evidence of terracing and controlled irrigation. This was not a primitive experiment in city building, but a mature civilization that mastered its environment, until the environment mastered it in return. Some discoveries here feel almost intimate. Excavators uncovered fragments of murals depicting scenes of ceremony and war. One fragment shows a figure wearing a bird headdress offering a bowl to another whose face is painted with stripes of blue, the color associated with sacrifice. Another fragment portrays men carrying bundles of reeds, perhaps symbols of authority. Though incomplete, these images speak across centuries, human in their gesture and proportion. To hold a shard of painted plaster from a wall that collapsed 2,000 years ago is to touch a moment someone once considered ordinary. El Mirador's greatest mystery may be its disappearance. Unlike later cities that fell to invasion or internal revolt, this one seems to have simply emptied. The evidence suggests an organized withdrawal rather than chaos. Tools were stored, buildings sealed, altars left intact. It is as if the inhabitants anticipated their own fading and made peace with it. When the forest returned, it did so quietly, folding over the stone without resistance. For decades, the site lay untouched, except by looters who hacked their way through the jungle in search of jade and ceramics. Their pits scar many of the temples, but even they could not reach the deeper chambers. Beginning in the late 20th century, sustained archaeological work began, led by teams enduring months of isolation and tropical heat. Supplies arrived by helicopter when weather allowed, otherwise by mule. Every excavation trench required pumps to remove rainwater. Tools rusted overnight. Yet despite the hardship, the researchers speak of El Mirador with reverence. It is a place that erases time. One can work for weeks without hearing a machine, seeing a car, or touching concrete. Only the hum of the forest and the distant roar of howler monkeys mark the hours. Among the discoveries that most moved the teams was a stucco frieze uncovered at a site called the Tigre Complex. Stretching over 26 feet, it depicts two mythic heroes from the Maya creation story rowing a canoe across the underworld's waters. The figures are muscular and alive, their expressions confident. Around them swirl fish and water symbols, the entire scene sculpted in relief and once painted in brilliant colors. The frieze's survival is miraculous. Centuries of humidity could have erased it completely. Its discovery reminded scholars that even in its earliest phases, Maya art already possessed refinement and narrative depth. This was not the beginning of civilization, but one of its high points. El Mirador also challenges ideas about isolation. The presence of imported obsidian and jade shows that its people traded across long distances. They carved hieroglyphs that prefigure later Maya writing, suggesting an evolving script used for ritual or administration. Small altars found in residential zones imply a society where religious practice extended beyond the elite. Every new layer of discovery blurs the distinction between center and periphery, between sacred and domestic. The city was a living organism, its arteries the causeways, its breath the steady cycle of construction and decay. At night, the jungle around the camp becomes an orchestra. Insects chirp, frogs call, trees creak as they settle. The air feels heavy but clean. The archaeologists lie awake, listening to the same sounds that ancient inhabitants once knew. Somewhere beyond the tents, the ruins absorb moonlight, pale outlines against the black canopy. The forest that devoured the city now guards it. No walls or fences protect the site, only distance and difficulty. To reach El Mirador still requires determination, days of walking, crossing swamps, climbing muddy ridges. That remoteness preserves its mystery. In recent years, new technologies have transformed the study of the region. LiDAR scans reveal not just buildings, but patterns of land modification, terraces, canals, and fortifications. What emerges is a vision of a landscape entirely engineered. The ancient Maya reshaped hills into platforms, redirected streams, and carved reservoirs that still collect rainwater. The data suggests population levels far higher than anyone guessed, perhaps tens of thousands living here during the city's peak. Such scale demands coordination, governance, and shared belief. The rulers of El Mirador commanded labor on a monumental scale, yet the city's art and architecture suggest not tyranny but devotion, a people building for gods they saw reflected in nature itself. Standing atop La Danta today, archaeologists describe a sensation difficult to put into words. The climb is steep, the limestone steps worn uneven by centuries of erosion. The heat presses from every direction. Then, suddenly, the summit opens to air and distance. The forest stretches to the horizon, unbroken except by faint rises, each one another pyramid still hidden. The view carries a strange peace. You can feel the immensity of what once was, but also its humility in surrendering to the jungle. From here, the present feels thin, like a brief pause between waves. The rediscovery of El Mirador has broader meaning beyond archaeology. It shows how easily human achievement can vanish when nature reclaims its space. Yet it also demonstrates endurance, stone surviving under roots, art persisting under soil. The same limestone that once formed the pyramids continues to feed the trees that now cover them. Nothing truly disappears, it transforms. Local communities play a crucial role in protecting the site. Many of the workers who assist archaeologists are descendants of families who have lived near the forest for generations. Their knowledge of the terrain, the animals, and the weather patterns makes excavation possible. Some tell stories of strange lights seen above the ruins, or of ancestors who walked the old causeways in dreams. For them, El Mirador is not a relic, but part of a living landscape, a place that breathes with the same rhythm as the forest. Each field season ends the same way. Trenches refilled for protection, equipment packed, helicopters lifting away through clouds. From above, the city vanishes again, absorbed by green. Only the cleared summit of La Danta remains visible, a single scar amid the canopy. Rain begins within minutes, erasing footprints, washing mud down steps first carved more than 2,000 years ago. By the time the team reaches civilization, the jungle has already hidden their work. The city waits, unchanged. El Mirador invites humility. It reminds us that progress is not a straight line, but a circle. Civilizations rise, innovate, and recede, leaving behind questions that the future must rediscover. The people who built this city mastered mathematics, astronomy, and engineering. They measured solstices with precision, aligned temples to stars, and recorded cycles of time that stretch beyond modern calendars. Yet their knowledge nearly vanished, buried under the very environment they understood so well. To study El Mirador is to face the fragility of all human knowledge. Some evenings after the day's heat fades, the team gathers near the base of La Tigre to watch the sunset. The sky shifts from gold to violet. Bats flicker through the air. The forest hums louder as night creatures wake. Conversations fade until only the sound of cicadas remains. In that half-light, the ruins seem almost alive. The outlines of steps, the curve of plazas, the slant of terraces, all appear to breathe. It is easy to believe the city never died, only learned to move at the pace of trees. Future excavations will continue for decades, perhaps centuries. Each trench opens a new chapter. Each discovery alters the map of human history. Yet no amount of study can fully capture what it feels like to stand here. The weight of humidity, the distant thunder, the smell of rain on limestone. Those sensations belong to the present, bridging worlds separated by millennia. the same sky that arches over the archaeologists once framed ceremonies of kings whose names are now fragments on stone. The city's final lesson may lie not in its ruins but in its silence. Progress once roared here, quarries ringing with chisels, plazas crowded with worshippers, fires burning on altars. Now only the forest speaks, soft and constant. The loss is not tragic, it is serene. El Mirador has returned to the earth that made it, becoming part of the cycle it once sought to command. The trees that crown its pyramids draw water from its buried foundations. The vines that drape its stairways feed on the minerals of its walls. Every root is an inscription written in another language, one that says, "Nothing built by humans ever truly leaves the world." When dawn arrives, mist pools in the plazas, parrots streak across the sky. The light catches the tips of temples, turning them gold for a few brief moments before the canopy reclaims the color. Work begins again, brushes, trowels, careful hands tracing the edge of stone. Somewhere a howler monkey calls, its voice echoing across centuries. The archaeologists pause, listening. For a heartbeat, it sounds like the city itself exhaling. El Mirador remains one of the largest archaeological mysteries on Earth, a metropolis older than memory, hidden by time yet preserved through it. Each new discovery widens the horizon of what the ancient Maya achieved, and each day spent among its ruins deepens the awareness that history is not a fixed record, but a living presence. The jungle will continue to grow, the rain will continue to fall, and the city will continue to wait, patient, immense, content to exist halfway between revelation and dream. As evening closes again over the forest, light fades from the upper tiers of La Danta. The air cools, insects begin their chorus, and the first stars appear through the gaps in the canopy. Far below, the campfire's smoke curls upward, briefly caught by a breeze before dissolving into the dark. Somewhere beyond the reach of sight, the ancient causeways lie hidden, connecting this place to others yet unseen. The jungle keeps its balance, half keeper, half destroyer, guarding a city that once ruled time itself. El Mirador sleeps, but not in silence. Its breath is the rustle of leaves, its heartbeat the steady pulse of rain. Those who listen long enough can almost hear the rhythm that built it, the cadence of hands shaping stone, the voices that once filled its plazas, fading now into the eternal hum of the forest. The island looks like a broken circle from above. Jagged cliffs curve around a lagoon so deep that ships vanish into its color. Santorini's caldera is the scar of one of the most powerful volcanic eruptions in recorded history, a blast that tore the island apart and buried everything alive in ash. For centuries, the story ended there, a catastrophe, a void, a vanished world. But then came the discovery of Akrotiri, and the silence of that disaster filled with voices again. Archaeologists first stumbled upon it in the 19th century when workers digging for volcanic ash to make building materials struck the tops of walls. They thought little of it. Islands across the Aegean were littered with ancient debris. Decades later, in the 1960s, systematic excavation began under the direction of Spiridon Marinatos. What he uncovered changed the history of the Bronze Age. Beneath 12 meters of ash lay a city so well preserved it seemed almost to breathe. The floors swept, the staircases intact, the paintings bright as if the artists had only stepped away for lunch. Akrotiri had slept for nearly 3.5 millennia. When the eruption came, sometime around 1600 BC, molten rock and pumice rained down for days. Roofs collapsed, but fire never reached the lower levels. The ash sealed everything like a plaster cast, preserving not only walls and streets, but also the faintest traces of daily life. Cups stood upright on tables. Jars still held residues of olive oil and saffron. Frescoes clung to the walls in a riot of color: reds, blues, ochres, the hues of a vanished sea. Unlike Pompeii, where human remains told of sudden death, Akrotiri yielded none. Whoever lived here had time to flee. The earthquake that preceded the eruption must have warned them. They took their valuables, locked their doors, and escaped, perhaps by ship, to other islands that would soon face the same fate. What remained was not tragedy but suspension, A city paused mid-movement, waiting to be rediscovered. The first sensation on entering the excavation is temperature. Even today, the air feels cool beneath the protective roof that shelters the site. Light filters through gaps, striking walls that rise 3 stories high. Streets narrow and turn, opening into courtyards where light wells once shone from above. Archaeologists walk along raised platforms, their footsteps muted against metal. Below, Akrotiri spreads like a labyrinth: houses, workshops, drainage channels, staircases connecting one level to another. The layout is so intricate that visitors often forget how ancient it is. Bronze Age cities elsewhere were clusters of huts. This one feels designed. One of the most striking discoveries was the sophistication of its plumbing. Clay pipes carried fresh water from springs, separate conduits removed waste, and bathrooms had built-in drains leading to sewers below the streets. This was not merely survival, it was comfort elevated to design. Even the smallest homes contained evidence of artistry: painted plaster, decorated pottery, carefully arranged furniture. Nothing about Akrotiri feels accidental. The city's wealth came from its position. Santorini, known then as Thera, sat at the crossroads of Aegean trade. Ships from Crete, Cyprus, and the mainland converged here to exchange metals, spices, and ceramics. Akrotiri's harbour, now buried beneath volcanic rock, would have been filled with masts and sails, the air thick with the smell of pitch and salt. The people were likely Minoan or heavily influenced by Minoan culture. Their art speaks of an island society that looked outward, to the sea, to beauty, to harmony between nature and craft. The frescoes reveal that most clearly. When excavators brushed away the ash from the first painted wall, they found not kings or battles, but life, fluid, colourful, joyous life. A pair of antelopes painted in ochre stride across a pale background, their bodies poised as if about to leap. Blue monkeys climb trees heavy with fruit. Fishermen carry strings of silver-scaled fish across their shoulders. Women in flounced dresses pour offerings, their hair elaborately curled, their eyes lined in black pigment. The artistry is confident and light, the lines curved like waves. Every surface once carried color, even stairwells glowed with pigment. Perhaps the most famous image is the flotilla fresco, discovered in a large building known as City 3. It stretches across an entire wall, showing ships moving through a harbor lined with buildings. Dolphins leap beside them, gulls wheel above. Crowds gather along the shore, men and women watching the procession. Some scholars believe it records a festival or voyage. Others think it's a symbolic journey between worlds. Whatever its meaning, the detail is mesmerizing. Tiny pennants flutter from the masts. Towers rise from the painted cliffs. The water ripples with movement. The artist captured not only the image of the sea, but its rhythm. Each building at Akrotiri tells a different story. The West House, near the site's center, seems to have belonged to a ship captain. Its rooms are filled with maritime scenes and navigational motifs: anchors, dolphins, ships. Storage jars contain traces of resin used to waterproof hulls. Another structure, the House of the Ladies, features elegant frescoes of women with elaborate jewelry and floral motifs. Even the staircases were painted. In one room, a fresco of crocuses climbs the wall beside a window, the flowers bending as if touched by wind. The illusion is gentle but deliberate. These people understood the dialogue between nature and architecture. In the rooms where frescoes were found, conservators work with brushes finer than eyelashes. Every flake of pigment is stabilized, every seam recorded. The fragments are so delicate that a single breath could scatter them. Yet the colors remain astonishingly vivid: the red of iron oxide, the blue of imported lapis, the yellow of ochre from Crete. Time has muted nothing. When the walls were first uncovered, some archaeologists wept. It was like opening a window onto a day that had simply stopped happening. Beyond beauty lies engineering. The streets are paved with slabs of volcanic stone. Drainage channels run beneath them, covered by removable panels for maintenance. Houses are aligned to capture sunlight in winter and shade in summer. Doorways are framed with carved wood now long decayed but preserved in ash molds. Even the staircases, built of stone with wooden handrails, show wear from centuries of use. The level of planning suggests a society with both wealth and organization. a bureaucracy capable of managing construction on a civic scale. Yet for all its sophistication, Akrotiri feels intimate. Archaeologists have found everyday objects that collapse time: a cup still stained by wine, a loom weight carved with fingerprints, a basket preserved as a hollow shape in the ash. Casting plaster into these voids reveals the forms exactly as they were left. One house contained a table set near a window overlooking what would once have been a street filled with voices. Another held a shrine with seashells arranged in patterns. Each discovery is a reminder that history's grandeur begins in small details. The eruption that destroyed Akrotiri was beyond imagining. Modern volcanologists estimate its force at hundreds of times greater than Vesuvius. The initial earthquake toppled chimneys and cracked walls. Then came a column of ash rising more than 20 miles into the sky. Pumice fell for hours, filling streets and courtyards. When the final explosion tore the island apart, tsunamis radiated across the Aegean, striking Crete and the mainland. The shockwaves traveled as far as Egypt. What had been a thriving city vanished beneath layers of ash up to 20 meters deep. Yet that very burial preserved it with astonishing precision, turning disaster into archive. Today, walking through Akrotiri's covered excavation feels less like visiting ruins and more like entering a time capsule. The wooden walkways snake between walls still standing chest high. Light filters through the roof in pale gold shafts, touching painted plaster, fragments of pottery, the faint outlines of door frames. The air smells faintly of dust and salt. In some rooms, archaeologists have left sections of ash intact to show the depth of burial. The layers are fine as powder, each one representing a moment of the eruption. Standing before them, you can almost feel the slow weight of history settling. The discovery reshaped understanding of Aegean civilization. Before Akrotiri, the Minoans of Crete were considered the artistic and cultural pinnacle of the Bronze Age. After it, scholars saw that their influence extended far beyond the island. The frescoes of Akrotiri share the same fluid style as those of Knossos, but with local character, more nature, less formality. The architecture, too, shows both independence and kinship. Open courtyards, staircases, light wells. It is as if the Aegean was not a collection of isolated islands, but a single cultural sea. The eruption may have even inspired myth. Centuries later, Greek storytellers spoke of an island that vanished in fire, its people punished for hubris, a story that would become the legend of Atlantis. While no direct link can be proven, the parallels are striking. A flourishing civilization destroyed by a cataclysmic event, leaving behind ruins glimpsed beneath the waves. Akrotiri does not need myth to be extraordinary, yet myth lingers at its edges like sea mist. Each generation of researchers brings new technology to the site. Ground-penetrating radar reveals unexcavated structures. Chemical analysis identifies pigments and food residues. 3D scans preserve every detail digitally. Yet the essence of the discovery remains tactile. The texture of plaster beneath fingertips, the smell of earth warmed by the Aegean sun. Archaeology here is as much an act of listening as of digging. The city does not reveal itself quickly. Each wall unearthed adds questions as much as answers. Among the most evocative finds is a group of large storage jars still lined up in a storeroom. Their contents long gone, but residue analysis shows traces of olive oil, wine, and perhaps even perfume. The arrangement suggests preparation, supplies ready to be moved. This supports the theory that the inhabitants had warning and evacuated. Somewhere, perhaps, descendants carried fragments of their city's life to other islands, retelling the story until it blurred into legend. In another building, archaeologists found a small room with a fresco of swallows darting among reeds. The birds are caught mid-flight, their wings outstretched, their feathers rendered with remarkable precision. To look at it is to feel motion and sound, the rush of wings, the hum of spring air. It captures something timeless, joy unbroken by fear. That such an image survived a cataclysm speaks to the paradox of Akrotiri, beauty preserved by destruction. Modern visitors often remark on the serenity of the site. Despite its violent past, Akrotiri exudes calm. The thick ash absorbs sound, footsteps echo softly. The play of light across plaster walls creates a rhythm almost musical. Guides speak in low voices, as if volume might disturb the air that has rested here for thousands of years. Outside, the cliffs of Santorini drop into the caldera, the sea far below glittering like metal. Few places in the world hold such a contrast between ruin and peace. Beyond the archaeological enclosure, the island continues to tell its story. The volcanic soil nourishes vineyards that cling to the slopes in circular patterns, their vines coiled low to protect against wind. From the edge of the caldera, you can see the arc of the island, the missing center where the volcano collapsed. At sunset, the cliffs glow red, the same color used by Akrotiri's painters. It is as if the island remembers itself through color. Inside the conservation labs, technicians work to piece together fragments of frescoes no larger than a fingernail. Hundreds of thousands of pieces are catalogued, photographed, and assembled like a puzzle spanning centuries. Some panels take years to reconstruct. When complete, they reveal scenes of remarkable intimacy. A boy carrying fish, women gathering saffron, flowers bending under unseen breezes. Each fragment holds both loss and continuity. Proof that human expression can survive catastrophe. The work is meticulous but patient. Each discovery brings the ancient city a little closer to understanding. The scientists who study the site speak not of solving mysteries, but of participating in its conversation. Akrotiri does not yield answers easily. It prefers suggestion. A pot found near a doorway might indicate trade, ritual, or simply habit. A fresco might depict myth or memory. The uncertainty is part of its allure. The city remains alive in its ambiguity. At night, when the last visitors leave and the lights dim, the site feels suspended between worlds. The hum of the dehumidifiers fades, and only the wind moves through the metal framework. The walls, lit faintly by safety lamps, glow warm and pale. It is easy to imagine the streets filled again with footsteps, the smell of cooking, the laughter of neighbors calling across balconies. Archaeology cannot restore sound, but imagination completes the silence. What Akrotiri gives us is not merely the record of a lost civilization, but a mirror of our own fragility. Here was a society that mastered its environment, created art of transcendent grace, and vanished in a moment. Yet its disappearance preserved its life in exquisite detail. The same eruption that destroyed the city safeguarded it from time. It is both a warning and a gift. From the edge of the excavation, the view stretches toward the Aegean. The sea that once connected Akrotiri to its world still glitters with ships, though now they carry tourists instead of traders. Beyond the water, the distant outline of Crete fades into haze. Somewhere out there may lie the descendants of those who fled the eruption, carrying stories of an island that disappeared. Perhaps they told their children about the day the sky turned dark, the sea boiled, and home became myth. As day fades, the air cools. The last rays of sunlight strike the cliffs, turning them the color of the frescoes buried below. Archaeologists close their notebooks, cover the trenches, and step outside. Behind them, the city rests once more in quiet, the ash doing what it has always done, protecting. The volcano that ended Akrotiri now guards it. Each evening ends with the same calm ritual. Tools cleaned, paths swept, lights dimmed. The site returns to stillness, waiting for another morning. The sea outside murmurs against the rocks, as if reciting what the city once knew. Life moves forward, but the rhythm remains. History breathes through layers of ash, through pigment, through patience. Akrotiri is often called the Minoan Pompeii, but the comparison feels too small. Pompeii shows a single day's tragedy. Akrotiri preserves an entire worldview. It reveals a civilization that valued grace, order, and connection. A people who painted not to boast, but to celebrate existence itself. Their city may have vanished, yet their colors remain. bright as sunrise on volcanic stone. As night fully descends, the caldera becomes a bowl of darkness, its rim marked by the lights of villages clinging to the cliffs. Far below, the ancient city sleeps, unchanged. The sea carries the scent of salt and pumice. Stars reflect faintly on the water, forming constellations older than the city itself. For a few quiet moments, the island seems whole again, the living and the lost sharing the same air. The story of Akrotiri does not end with eruption or rediscovery. It continues each time someone looks at those painted walls and feels a pulse of recognition. The curve of a line, the tilt of a face, the shimmer of the sea rendered 3,000 years ago. Art outlives catastrophe. The ash that fell from the sky became the medium that preserved it. Out of destruction came clarity. By dawn, the island wakes to gulls and wind. The sea below the cliffs glows turquoise, calm and unreadable. The archaeologists return, their footsteps soft across the platforms. Work resumes. Brushes lift the dust from painted walls. A new fragment of color emerges from the ash, another detail of a world that refused to disappear. The city breathes again, softly, through the hands that reveal it. At the edge of Saudi Arabia's desert plateau, the land rises into sculpted ridges of sandstone. The light here carries a pale gold hue, reflecting across rock faces carved not by time alone, but by human hands 2,000 years ago. When archaeologists first arrived at the site of Hegra, also known as Nabatean Saleh, the stillness of the cliffs was deceptive. From a distance, they looked like natural outcroppings isolated in the sand. Yet as the team drew closer, the forms of carved doorways began to appear, rectangular openings framed by geometric lintels topped with eagles, urns, and stepped crowns. They were not caves or shelters, they were tombs, monumental, precise, and untouched since the 1st century. The site stretched across several square kilometers, each hill concealing dozens of facades. There was no settlement noise, no modern disturbance. The carvings retained their sharp edges, as if the masons had left only yesterday. This untouched preservation startled the first modern surveyors who reached it in the late 19th century, during the age when Western explorers followed the traces of forgotten civilizations through Arabia. Hegra became a name quietly spoken among archaeologists who compared it to Petra, its more famous sibling far to the north. But those who studied it closely found something distinct, a reflection of the Nabatean world at its height, preserved as Petra never was. The Nabateans were masters of adaptation, emerging as nomadic traders along caravan routes between southern Arabia and the Mediterranean. They became wealthy by controlling the flow of incense, spices, and textiles. Petra was their capital, but Hegra, lying along the ancient incense road, served as their southern administrative and commercial hub. By the time Rome annexed the Nabatean kingdom in the 1st century, Hegra was already flourishing. Inscriptions discovered on its walls mention officials, engineers, and priests, showing that this was no remote outpost. It was a city of stature and structure. One of the earliest modern references to Hegra comes from the travel accounts of Charles Montague Doughty, an English explorer who ventured through Arabia in the 1870s. Traveling under harsh conditions, he reached the sandstone cliffs and was astonished by what he saw. He described towering facades, some more than 15 meters high, with ornamentation that reflected a blend of Greek, Egyptian, and local design. Doughty noted the absence of living inhabitants, remarking that the Bedouin tribes regarded the place with fear. To them, it was a haunted site, a domain of spirits. Few dared to enter the tomb chambers, which may have helped preserve them for modern study. When formal archaeological work began in the 20th century, researchers found more than 100 well-preserved tombs carved directly into the rock. Each facade was unique in its detailing. Some had pilasters rising up their sides, topped with capitals that hinted at Corinthian influence, while others featured eagles, symbols of power, set above the entrance. The inscriptions, written in Nabatean Aramaic, revealed family names, titles, and occasionally the names of craftsmen. The precision of these engravings was remarkable, even where erosion had worn away the surface. Unlike Petra, which had suffered centuries of settlement and weathering, Hegra remained frozen in time. Archaeologists mapped the site carefully, dividing it into groups. Jabal al-Mahjar, Jabal al-Ahmar, and Qasr al-Bint, among others. Each area contained clusters of tombs cut into separate rock formations. The most famous of these, Qasr al-Farid, the lonely castle, stood apart on its own monolith, isolated against the desert backdrop. It was incomplete, with its lower half finely finished and its upper section left rough, providing a rare glimpse into Nabatean construction techniques. The masons had clearly worked from top to bottom, carving stair-like ledges downward as they shaped the facade. The decision to leave it unfinished remains a mystery. Perhaps the patron died before its completion, or the workforce was redirected to other projects. What fascinated scholars most was the level of sophistication achieved in such a remote landscape. The Nabateans had not only built monumental tombs, they had engineered a city capable of sustaining life in one of the driest regions on Earth. Excavations revealed a complex system of wells, cisterns, and canals designed to collect and store seasonal rainfall. These water systems were lined with plaster and sealed to prevent seepage, channeling water through stone conduits into reservoirs that could last through months of drought. The scale of planning demonstrated that Hegra was not merely a necropolis, it was a living urban center. Traces of residential areas and markets emerged through further surveys. Fragments of pottery, coins, and tools indicated ongoing habitation through the 1st century. Nabatean pottery, with its fine red slip and thin walls, was found alongside imported amphorae from the Mediterranean, suggesting active trade. The discovery of Roman objects hinted at the integration that followed when the Nabatean kingdom became part of the Roman province of Arabia around the year 106. Yet, despite the administrative takeover, the local culture persisted. The tombs continued to be carved in the distinctive Nabatean style for decades afterward. For modern archaeologists, the inscriptions provided a bridge into that lost society. Many recorded legal texts establishing ownership of tombs and penalties for desecration. These fines were often measured in silver, showing an organized legal framework and value system. The use of Aramaic script reflected the Nabateans' linguistic roots, though some later inscriptions incorporated Latin letters, demonstrating gradual cultural blending under Roman influence. In total, more than 50 major inscriptions and hundreds of shorter marks were catalogued, giving Hegra one of the richest epigraphic records in Arabia. The environmental conditions that helped preserve these monuments were harsh but stable. The desert's aridity prevented vegetation growth and limited erosion. Unlike sites exposed to heavy rainfall or shifting rivers, Hegra remained untouched, buried only in dust. When teams from the Saudi Commission for Tourism and Antiquities partnered with French archaeologists in the early 2000s, they conducted systematic surveys using digital mapping and 3D modeling. For the first time, every tomb facade was documented in detail, including tool marks and traces of pigment that hinted at once colorful designs. These studies revealed that the Nabateans painted the facades in bright reds, yellows, and blues, colors long lost to time. Each tomb told a personal story through its inscription. One recorded that it was made for a man named Kam, daughter of Wahbu, overseer of the market. Another mentioned a priest who dedicated his tomb to Dushara and Alat, deities of the Nabatean pantheon. These details revealed not only the civic structure but also the spiritual landscape of the city. Dushara was the supreme god, associated with mountains and represented by a block of stone, a symbol found repeated throughout Nabatean sites. Alat, a goddess of fertility and protection, appeared alongside him, showing the blend of Arabian and Hellenistic beliefs that shaped Nabatean religion. Archaeological analysis also illuminated the daily realities of the city's inhabitants. Excavations around the ancient well system uncovered grinding stones, storage jars, and traces of animal enclosures, suggesting agricultural activity on the outskirts. The Nabateans cultivated date palms, barley, and small plots of wheat using ingenious irrigation methods that captured runoff from seasonal floods. Though the desert appears lifeless today, ancient Hegra likely thrived in a more temperate microclimate, with short periods of rainfall each year. Researchers studying pollen samples confirmed the presence of cultivated plants and desert shrubs consistent with sustainable habitation. One of the great questions surrounding Hegra has been its decline. By the 3rd century, the city appears to have been largely abandoned. No later inscriptions or artifacts indicate continued occupation. Theories vary. Some suggest the shifting of trade routes reduced its importance. Others point to changing political centers under Roman rule. Climate changes may also have played a role, gradually drying the region. Whatever the cause, the departure was complete enough that the site remained untouched for nearly 2 millennia. The modern rediscovery of Hegra unfolded gradually, with early explorers describing it in sketches and notes, and later scholars returning with advanced tools. In the mid-20th century, Saudi archaeologists began systematic excavations. Their work confirmed Doughty's observations and expanded them enormously. The use of aerial photography and satellite imaging revealed hidden structures beneath the sand, rectilinear foundations suggesting houses, workshops, and administrative buildings. Hegra, once thought to be only a city of the dead, was revealed as a fully functioning urban center connected to a vast network of caravan routes stretching toward Petra, Tamar, and the Red Sea. In the archives of these expeditions, photographs capture the site at dawn, sunlight touching the facades, the surrounding desert still cool. Workers brush fine sand from carved steps, exposing inscriptions unseen since antiquity. The archaeologists often described a sense of walking through time, each doorway leading not just to a tomb, but to a preserved piece of cultural identity. One chamber still bore chisel marks, as if the stonecutters had stopped midway through their work. Another contained remnants of plaster coating, hinting at painted murals now lost. Every discovery deepened the impression that Hegra had been frozen at the moment of its decline. Scientific analysis of the rock-cut surfaces provided insight into Nabatean craftsmanship. Using handheld spectrometers, researchers detected traces of iron oxide and manganese pigments, confirming decorative coloration. Laser scanning revealed tool patterns consistent with metal chisels and picks, showing a highly standardized technique. The masons likely used scaffolding or rope systems to reach the upper sections, cutting downward in horizontal layers. In unfinished tombs, archaeologists could identify each stage of the process: outlining, rough shaping, fine carving, and polishing. Such evidence offered a rare technical narrative, an understanding of how artistry and engineering met in the desert. The broader significance of Hegra lies in what it reveals about Nabatean civilization itself. For centuries, the Nabateans were known primarily through their capital, Petra, which dazzled travelers with its scale and beauty. Hegra, however, showed that Petra was not an isolated marvel, but part of a connected network of urban centers, each contributing to the kingdom's wealth and cohesion. The consistency of architectural forms across these sites proved that the Nabateans had a shared artistic language, maintained across hundreds of kilometers. Yet Hegra's inscriptions emphasized individuality, with each tomb dedicated by name, suggesting a society where status and memory intertwined. By the early 2000s, the site had become a focal point of Saudi Arabia's heritage initiatives. Preservation work included stabilizing the rock surfaces, controlling visitor access, and creating detailed digital archives. In 2008, Hegra was designated as the first UNESCO World Heritage Site in Saudi Arabia. This recognition brought international attention and funding for continued research. Teams from France, Italy, and Saudi Arabia collaborated to expand excavations, analyze artifacts, and reconstruct aspects of Nabatean urban planning. The data revealed an organized layout centered on wells and administrative quarters, surrounded by necropolises arranged according to family groups. As excavation expanded, the discovery of human remains within some tombs provided rare opportunities for analysis. DNA studies were conducted to determine lineage and possible connections between families. While results were limited due to degradation, isotopic analysis of teeth suggested a diet rich in dates, grains, and occasional animal protein, consistent with an oasis economy. Some skeletal remains displayed signs of osteoarthritis, indicating manual labor, while others bore jewelry fragments, pointing to social differentiation. Together, these findings humanized the monumental facades, turning them from symbols of mystery into testimonies of real lives. One of the most intriguing discoveries came from a chamber where archaeologists found fragments of a stone altar inscribed with dedications to Dashara. Around it were small ceramic lamps and offerings, suggesting that certain tombs served dual roles, as burial sites and places of worship. This blurred boundary between life and death, between public devotion and private remembrance, reflected the Nabateans' complex relationship with mortality. Unlike many ancient cultures, their tombs were not hidden. They faced outward, dominating the landscape, asserting permanence against the transience of the desert. Modern technology has further transformed understanding of Hegra. High-resolution satellite imagery tracks patterns of ancient roads connecting the site to distant settlements. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed substructures, possible storage rooms or workshops, buried under centuries of sand. Environmental monitoring systems now track humidity, temperature, and erosion to protect the carvings. Each advancement deepens the sense that Hegra, though ancient, remains alive in the realm of research, its story still unfolding through data as much as excavation. Yet despite these advances, many aspects remain unanswered. The Nabateans left no comprehensive written history. Their inscriptions, though numerous, are brief and formulaic. No central archive has been found, no record of kings beyond occasional mentions of Aretas IV and his successors. Archaeologists must reconstruct their story from architecture, language, and trade evidence. Hegra provides one of the clearest windows into this puzzle, a site where structure and silence together tell a narrative of adaptation, artistry, and faith. In the years since its UNESCO designation, the site has gradually opened to visitors, though with careful restrictions. Modern travelers walking through the cliffs often describe the surreal feeling of standing before the facades at dusk. The sandstone glows orange under the fading light, revealing tool marks invisible at midday. The air cools quickly, carrying the faint scent of desert shrubs. Guides explain that the Nabateans likely watched the same colors shift across the rocks 2 millennia ago. Each tomb becomes a monument not only to its occupant, but to a civilization that mastered the desert and then vanished from it. Among archaeologists, Hegra has become a model for integrated research. Studies of trade patterns have connected the site to ports along the Red Sea, demonstrating how goods from India and Africa passed through its markets on their way to the Mediterranean. Analyses of inscriptions have refined understanding of Nabatean governance, showing that officials known as strategoi managed both civic and religious affairs. Even the layout of tomb clusters reveals social hierarchy, with wealthier families claiming the most prominent positions facing major routes. The collaboration between Saudi and international researchers has also yielded a broader appreciation of Arabian pre-Islamic heritage, long overshadowed by neighboring regions. Hegra's excavation has redefined the map of ancient Arabia, showing that it was not a barren frontier but a vibrant corridor of exchange. Each discovery, whether a coin, a pot, or a name inscribed in stone, adds another link to the story of a people who thrived at the crossroads of continents. At night, when the site closes to visitors, the cliffs stand once more in stillness. The lights of the nearby town are distant, and the stars stretch across the desert sky. For the archaeologists who camp nearby, the experience can be humbling. The silence that frightened travelers in the past now feels protective, preserving what remains of a civilization that spoke through stone rather than parchment. Each carved facade, illuminated briefly by moonlight, seems to hold its own calm authority. A reminder that history is not only written in words, but carved, measured, and left to endure across centuries of shifting sand. In modern archives, Hegra's story is no longer a secret shared among explorers. It appears in museum exhibits, academic journals, and virtual reconstructions that allow viewers to walk through the necropolis from afar. Yet even with these digital tools, the real impact lies in the experience of standing before the stones themselves, seeing the precision of each chisel line, the depth of each carving. Archaeologists often describe that moment as one of quiet revelation, a sense that the Nabateans, though long gone, achieved something that transcends time and geography, a union between landscape and architecture so complete that one seems born from the other. The rediscovery of Hegra has not merely expanded historical knowledge, it has shifted perception. Once considered a footnote to Petra, it now stands as an equal, a southern mirror reflecting the same ingenuity through different light. Its preservation has allowed modern science to uncover layers of craftsmanship, governance, and culture lost elsewhere. Every excavation trench, every inscription, adds a new verse to an unfinished story, a reminder that history is rarely linear and that civilizations leave traces in unexpected places. As research continues, archaeologists look beyond the tombs toward the surrounding desert, where faint outlines of caravan routes still mark the sand. Somewhere beyond those ridges lie other sites, yet to be studied, that may reveal new chapters in the Nabatean world. Hegra serves as both a conclusion and a beginning, a recovered city that points toward mysteries still waiting across Arabia's vast expanse. From the air, the landscape east of the Mississippi River looks deceptively ordinary. A broad green plain of farmland, highways, and the steady sprawl of modern suburbs. Yet just a few miles from the Arch of St. Louis lies a cluster of raised earth forms that once defined the center of an ancient world. They rise subtly from the floodplain, geometric in profile, the work of hands that shaped soil into mountains. Archaeologists call this place Cahokia, after a later native group that lived nearby, though the city itself predates them by centuries. The largest of these mounds, known as Monk's Mound, dominates the horizon. It stands 10 stories high, its terraces carefully leveled, its slopes aligned with the sun's path. From its summit, one can see the faint curvature of the earth over the Mississippi Valley. The sheer volume of earth moved to build it, nearly 22 million cubic feet, rivals the Great Pyramid of Giza. But Cahokia was not a monument to a single ruler. It was a living metropolis, home to perhaps 40,000 people at its height around the year 1050, a time when London was still little more than a walled town beside the Thames. What confounded early investigators was how a society without metal tools, wheels, or draft animals could have engineered something of this scale. Each mound was formed basket by basket, layer by layer, the clay tamped down by human feet. Excavations have revealed the impressions of those baskets, the fingerprints of a civilization that built with patience rather than stone. The builders shaped not just one pyramid, but more than 120 of them, arranged in plazas and ceremonial avenues. For centuries, the site lay hidden in plain view. European settlers farmed the land without realizing the significance of the mounds they plowed around. Some were leveled to make room for railroads and houses. Others became natural landmarks for local residents who assumed they were ancient hills. It was only in the 19th century that scholars began to suspect these formations were human-made. The first surveys were cautious, measuring slopes and collecting fragments of pottery from eroding sides. The pottery bore incised lines and shell tempering typical of the Mississippian culture, a pattern that stretched across much of eastern North America but found its grandest expression here. As archaeologists uncovered more of the site, they realized that Cahokia's complexity defied expectations of what pre-Columbian societies in North America could achieve. Radiocarbon dates showed construction spanning several centuries, beginning around the year 700 and accelerating after 900. By 1050, the city was at its zenith, spreading across 6 square miles and encompassing residential neighborhoods, workshops, ceremonial plazas, and agricultural fields. The city's layout followed a grid oriented precisely to the cardinal directions. Monk's Mound stood at its center, facing a grand open plaza where thousands could gather for rituals and feasts. Around this plaza, archaeologists have found remains of large timber circles, post arrangements nicknamed wood henges. Each circle was made of red cedar posts, the wood sacred to many native cultures. The posts aligned with solstice and equinox sunrise points, functioning as both calendar and ceremonial marker. Standing within one of these reconstructed circles today, the rising sun passes exactly between certain posts on key seasonal dates, proving that the ancient engineers tracked celestial events with great precision. Beneath the plazas and neighborhoods, the soil holds a story told in layers. Excavations reveal alternating horizons of flood deposits and human occupation, evidence that the city's inhabitants constantly reshaped their environment to survive in the floodplain. They built embankments, dug borrow pits to source clay for the mounds, and engineered drainage channels to control seasonal water. Each layer of fill, each soil type, records deliberate planning rather than random accumulation. Artifacts recovered from the site speak of far-reaching connections. Shell beads from the Gulf Coast, copper from the Great Lakes, mica from the Appalachian Mountains, and obsidian from the Rocky Mountains all reached Cahokia through networks of exchange. Such diversity of materials implies an economy based on long-distance trade and social alliances. Even more striking are the finely crafted stone tools and elaborate ceramics, polished effigy vessels depicting human heads, animals, and mythic beings. The artistry shows an advanced symbolic system, perhaps connected to cosmology or social hierarchy. At the base of Monk's Mound, archaeologists uncovered the remains of a large structure believed to have been a temple or residence for the city's ruling elite. Its foundation posts once supported a building nearly 100 feet long. Around it were courtyards, storage pits, and refuse layers filled with food remains, deer bones, fish scales, and charred corn kernels. These details reveal a diet balanced between agriculture and riverine resources. The introduction of maize cultivation had transformed the region, allowing population growth and year-round settlement. Yet Cahokia was more than an agricultural hub. It was a place of ceremony and governance, a node of spiritual gravity for people across the Mississippi Valley. The alignment of mounds suggests symbolic ordering, 4 quarters around a center, mirroring the cosmos described in later indigenous traditions. Archaeologists interpret this as an expression of balance between earth and sky, male and female, life and death. One of the most haunting discoveries came from Mound 72, a burial complex located southeast of the Central Plaza. Within its layers, excavators found more than 270 individuals interred in multiple episodes. At its core lay the remains of a high-status man resting on a bed of shell beads arranged in the shape of a bird with outstretched wings. Around him were sacrifices, young women, men with bound hands, and offerings of arrowheads, jewelry, and ceremonial objects. The precision of the burial arrangement indicated ritual significance rather than random violence. For archaeologists, Mound 72 revealed a hierarchical society capable of organizing large-scale ceremonies involving hundreds of participants. The complexity of social organization implied by these finds has reshaped understanding of North American prehistory. Cahokia was not an isolated anomaly, but the apex of a cultural tradition known as the Mississippian world, which spread across the Midwest and Southeast. Towns and chiefdoms from Wisconsin to Florida shared architectural styles and religious motifs traceable to Cahokia's influence. Yet no written records survive to tell the names of its leaders or the words they spoke. The story must be read from soil, bone, and artifact. Excavations across residential zones paint a picture of daily life. Houses were rectangular, built on wattle and daub walls with thatched roofs. They stood in orderly rows separated by courtyards and storage pits. Hearths show evidence of communal cooking. Clusters of grinding stones suggest shared labor. The rhythm of the city followed agricultural cycles, planting, harvesting, and ritual renewal. Pottery sherds found near household hearths often show traces of soot and cornmeal, hinting at family gatherings around evening fires. Archaeologists studying the refuse layers discovered patterns in discarded materials that reveal class divisions. Elite areas contain exotic goods, copper plates, marine shells, and carved stone figures, while common districts show utilitarian wares. Yet the difference was not purely economic. The placement of homes near certain mounds may have reflected lineage and spiritual proximity rather than wealth alone. What made Cahokia remarkable was not merely its size, but its ability to sustain dense population through coordination. Agricultural fields spread across the nearby bottomlands, irrigated naturally by seasonal floods. The people built storage pits for surplus grain, ensuring food security through lean years. Specialized craftsmen produced tools, ornaments, and ceremonial items, supported by a redistribution system managed by elite administrators. Such organization required leadership capable of mobilizing labor on a regional scale, what some archaeologists call a paramount chiefdom. Still, for all its grandeur, the city was vulnerable. The same fertile floodplain that nourished it also threatened it. Excavations show multiple flood episodes during its occupation, each leaving layers of silt. Environmental studies reveal that deforestation and erosion increased as the population grew. Clearing forests for fuel and building material destabilized the soil, causing sediment to choke streams and fields. Climate data from tree rings suggest that a series of droughts during the 13th century may have disrupted harvests. By around 1250, the city had begun to contract. Construction slowed, population dispersed, and the once bustling plazas fell quiet. Excavations show houses abandoned and refilled with wind-blown soil. The decline remains one of North America's great archaeological mysteries. No evidence points to sudden conquest or catastrophe. Rather, it appears to have been a gradual withdrawal, a complex interplay of environmental stress, social tension, and shifting trade routes. When European explorers reached the Mississippi Valley centuries later, Cahokia was already long deserted. Indigenous oral traditions from surrounding tribes spoke of ancient mound builders, but their exact identity was lost to time. For generations, Euro-American scholars speculated wildly about the site's origins, attributing it to lost tribes, Vikings, or even distant civilizations. Only in the 20th century did archaeology firmly establish that the mounds were the work of Native American peoples whose descendants still live across the region. Modern investigation began in earnest during the 1920s with the Illinois State Archaeological Survey. Systematic excavation, mapping, and stratigraphic analysis revealed the full scale of the city. Researchers documented artifact assemblages, radiocarbon dates, and soil sequences that defined Cahokia's chronological framework. Later, in the late 20th century, new technologies transformed understanding of the site. Magnetometry, ground-penetrating radar, and aerial LiDAR mapping exposed buried features without excavation. Entire neighborhoods invisible on the surface emerged as ghostly outlines of post holes and ditches beneath farmland. These discoveries expanded the city's boundaries beyond earlier estimates. What had been considered a compact ceremonial center proved to be part of a vast urban landscape extending for miles. Satellite settlements across the American Bottom region formed a network feeding into Cahokia's core. This urban sprawl challenges traditional assumptions about pre-Columbian North America, suggesting that city life, complete with suburbs and infrastructure, was not exclusive to Mesoamerica. Archaeologists working at the site often describe a strange sense of scale while excavating. From the ground, the mounds feel immense. From the summit, the surrounding flatlands stretch endlessly. The experience bridges two perspectives: human effort and natural expanse. Each bucket of earth removed during excavation echoes the labor that once built these monuments by hand. Researchers must read subtle clues: changes in soil color, alignments of post molds, distribution of artifacts. Every trench becomes a time capsule, revealing moments of construction, habitation, and abandonment. Cahokia's art and iconography offer glimpses of its belief system. Carved stone tablets depict the Birdman, a figure combining human and avian traits, possibly linked to mythic themes of power and rebirth. Copper plates show complex motifs of warriors and celestial beings, their stylized forms mirrored in later southeastern ceremonial art. Such continuity suggests that Cahokia's cosmology spread widely after its decline, influencing descendant cultures like the Natchez and Creek. One especially intriguing artifact type is the chunky stone, smooth discs used in a game where players rolled them across a field while others hurled spears to land closest to the rolling target. Beyond sport, chunky games carried ritual meaning, reinforcing social bonds and political status. Archaeological finds of large chunky fields near plazas show how public events blended recreation, ceremony, and diplomacy. Excavations also reveal evidence of craft specialization. Workshops near mound bases produced shell ornaments, while others worked copper using annealing techniques that required precise temperature control. Stone tool production areas show standardized forms, indicating apprenticeship and organized distribution. The presence of production zones distinct from residential areas implies administrative oversight, a level of planning consistent with urban economies. For archaeologists, the challenge is to reconstruct not just architecture, but experience. What did the city sound like? The rhythm of footsteps on packed clay, the murmur of trade in the market plaza, the beating of drums during solstice ceremonies. Organic materials rarely survive, but soil chemistry can still whisper traces of daily life. Phosphate concentrations mark places of heavy activity. Pollen samples reveal what plants grew nearby. Together, these microscopic clues create an image of a thriving landscape of gardens, walkways, and communal gathering spots. Monk's Mound itself has yielded surprises. Core drilling in the late 20th century revealed multiple construction phases, each layer of fill carefully arranged to prevent collapse. The builders understood soil mechanics intuitively, alternating clay and sand to manage drainage. The mound's terraces likely hosted successive structures, rebuilt over generations. One stage shows evidence of fire, perhaps a ceremonial burning before new construction, a cycle of renewal reflecting cosmological beliefs. Today, visiting Cahokia feels like stepping between eras. The mounds rise gently against the skyline, their symmetry softened by grass. From the top of Monk's Mound, the modern St. Louis Arch glints on the western horizon, a symbol of exploration standing opposite a monument to a forgotten civilization. The juxtaposition reminds archaeologists of continuity across millennia, different peoples, same landscape, same sky. Preservation of the site became urgent in the late 20th century as urban expansion threatened its edges. In 1964, Cahokia was declared a National Historic Landmark, and in 1982, it became a UNESCO World Heritage Site. These protections allowed extensive conservation work, stabilization of mound slopes, visitor centers, and educational programs developed with input from Native American communities. Collaboration with descendant tribes has reframed interpretation, emphasizing cultural continuity rather than disappearance. Scientific analysis continues to refine understanding. Recent isotopic studies of skeletal remains reveal that some individuals buried at Cahokia were born hundreds of miles away, confirming the city's magnetic pull across the continent. Dietary isotopes indicate variation in maize consumption, suggesting social differences in food access. DNA analysis, though limited, has begun linking genetic lineages to modern indigenous populations of the Southeast, grounding archaeology within living heritage. Remote sensing has also uncovered anomalies suggesting unexcavated mounds and enclosures beyond current boundaries. Each discovery expands the city's known limits, challenging scholars to reconsider what urban meant in pre-Columbian contexts. Some propose that Cahokia functioned less like a European city and more like a sacred landscape, a network of ritual spaces integrated with agriculture. Others argue for strong, centralized authority. Both perspectives may hold truth at different phases of its history. The mystery of Cahokia's decline continues to inspire research. Sediment cores from nearby lakes show spikes of charcoal followed by abrupt reductions, implying deforestation and burning. Archaeologists propose that resource depletion triggered social unrest. Excavations reveal palisade walls built around the central precinct late in the city's history, evidence of conflict or control. Yet no clear signs of external invasion appear. The walls may have symbolized separation between elite and common districts rather than defense against enemies. As the 13th century waned, smaller mound centers appeared upriver and downriver, perhaps established by groups leaving Cahokia. These communities carried elements of Cahokian culture, the mound forms, the iconography, the rituals, yet none matched the original city's scale. By the time European chroniclers arrived in the 16th century, the Mississippian world had fragmented into regional chiefdoms. The memory of Cahokia persisted only in legend. For modern archaeology, the site offers a rare convergence of evidence. It reveals an indigenous urbanism that evolved independently, without influence from Mesoamerican empires. Its engineering, social organization, and artistry stand as testimony to human ingenuity shaped by landscape. The earthen mounds, though mute, articulate volumes about cooperation, faith, and adaptation. Researchers working late in the laboratories at Cahokia often describe a sense of calm that comes with handling objects shaped 1,000 years ago. A piece of pottery, smoothed by ancient hands, carries a fingerprint pressed into clay, a trace of individuality bridging centuries. In these quiet moments of study, the city feels less vanished than paused, waiting to be read correctly. Educational programs now bring students to observe excavation trenches, learning how soil layers translate into history. They watch archaeologists document post holes, bag artifacts, and record measurements. The work progresses slowly, mirroring the deliberate pace of the city's original builders. Each season reveals new data: a hearth, a storage pit, a line of stakes outlining a forgotten house. The incremental nature of discovery parallels the patient rhythm of the people who once filled those plazas. At sunset, the site takes on a muted glow. The mounds cast long lines across the grass, and the air carries a still warmth from the day. It is easy to imagine gatherings here, a crowd assembled for ceremony, drums echoing across the valley, fires marking the changing seasons. Archaeologists often pause their work to watch the light fade, recognizing that the same horizon framed countless generations before them. Cahokia remains a reminder that complexity can arise wherever humans adapt together. Its people engineered not from stone but from earth, molding the landscape to reflect belief and hierarchy. The city's disappearance does not diminish its achievement. Rather, it underscores the fragility of societies bound to their environments. The mounds that survive speak not only of rise and fall, but of persistence through material form. Today, research continues with renewed purpose. Advanced LiDAR mapping has detected geometric patterns in nearby forests, perhaps traces of additional precincts or processional ways. Paleoethnobotanists study seeds and plant residues to reconstruct gardens and medicinal practices. Chemists analyze pigments on pottery to identify trade routes for minerals. Each discipline contributes another piece to the mosaic. Though centuries separate the present from Cahokia's prime, the questions it raises remain timeless. How communities grow, how they organize, how they decline, and what they leave behind. The city's mounds stand as both monument and message. That knowledge can be built from soil, sustained through cooperation, and lost through imbalance. When night finally settles over the floodplain, the mounds merge with darkness, their outlines barely visible against the sky. The sounds of nearby highways fade into distance, replaced by the faint hum of crickets and the low rush of the Mississippi beyond the trees. In those quiet hours, the place feels neither ancient nor modern, but suspended between the two, a landscape still holding the weight of its own past. Archaeologists pack their tools, their lamps casting brief circles of light across the ground. They walk the same paths that once led to plazas filled with music and fire, leaving footprints that will soon disappear under dew. The city rests again, guarded by earth and time. Its mystery remains intact, yet its presence is unmistakable, a vast echo of human creativity written into the land itself. Somewhere beyond these mounds, another forgotten city waits to be uncovered. The pattern of discovery never ends. What was lost can return to sight, and what survives in silence may yet speak again. The story of Ciudad Perdida begins not with discovery but with ascent. The only way to reach it is by walking. Days of climbing through the damp green heat of Colombia's Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta. The path rises from lowland riverbanks through dripping jungle, over suspension bridges and boulder streams, until the vegetation thickens into a living wall. There are no roads, no distant hum of traffic, only the rhythmic pulse of boots on mud and the hiss of insects that never cease. Then, near the fifth day of climbing, the forest parts to reveal a staircase of stone leading upward through the foliage, more than 1,000 narrow steps carved into the mountainside. They spiral and twist, vanishing into the canopy. At their summit lies a cluster of terraces, their edges perfectly circular, their surfaces smoothed by centuries of rain. It is here that the lost city sleeps, the heart of a vanished civilization that thrived long before Machu Picchu was even conceived. For generations, the local indigenous Kogi, Wiwa, and Arhuaco peoples knew this place. They called it Tayuna, the sacred city of their ancestors. To them, it was never lost. It was protected, hidden deliberately within the folds of the Sierra, a world where the mountains meet the sea. Archaeologists now believe the settlement was founded around the year 800 CE, more than 6 centuries before the Inca built their royal estates in the Andes. At its height, it may have supported several thousand inhabitants, priests, artisans, and farmers belonging to the Tairona civilization, one of the most advanced pre-Columbian cultures in northern South America. The first outsiders to stumble upon it did not arrive seeking history. In the early 1970s, a band of treasure hunters, known locally as guaqueros, followed rumors of gold buried in the mountains. One of them, while hunting near the Buritaca River, noticed a stone stairway half swallowed by moss. They cleared it and climbed, reaching terraces covered in jungle vines. There, scattered across the ground, were ceramic jars, beads, and golden ornaments glinting through the soil. Word spread quickly. Within months, hundreds of guaqueros descended on the mountain, looting graves and melting artifacts for sale on the black market. The forest echoed with gunfire as rival groups fought for control of the site. Only after several years of chaos did Colombian authorities intervene, sending archaeologists and the military to secure the area. When researchers from the Colombian Institute of Anthropology and History finally surveyed the site in 1976, they were astonished by what remained. Despite the looting, the architectural core was intact. Terraces, staircases, drainage systems, and ceremonial platforms all preserved beneath the jungle canopy. Over the next decade, a painstaking process of restoration began, led by archaeologist Gilberto Cadavid and his team. Working side by side with indigenous guides, they cleared vegetation stone by stone, uncovering a city built entirely from local schist rock. There were no monumental walls, no pyramids of the Andean style, only harmonious geometry molded to the contours of the mountain. The site occupies a series of ridges rising between the Buritaca and Don Diego rivers, more than 1,000 meters above sea level. Its design reveals extraordinary environmental adaptation. The Tairona built over 170 stone terraces connected by stairways and plazas. Retaining walls prevented erosion, while drainage channels diverted rainfall away from living areas. The layout followed the slope rather than defying it, creating a rhythm of circular platforms arranged like ripples across the mountainside. Archaeologists studying the site through aerial photogrammetry noticed that the terraces align roughly along astronomical axes. Sunrise and sunset during solstices trace lines through major plazas, suggesting celestial observation intertwined with urban planning. Artifacts recovered from undisturbed contexts speak of a complex society deeply connected to trade networks stretching across the Caribbean. Pottery fragments show fine craftsmanship, red and cream slips burnished to a sheen, decorated with stylized animal motifs. Stone grinding tools, spindle whorls, and shell ornaments suggest daily life rich in ritual and craft. Gold objects, nose rings, pectorals, and pendants reveal metallurgical expertise rivaling that of better-known Andean cultures. Many pieces depict animals such as jaguars, birds, and snakes, symbols believed to bridge the natural and spiritual worlds. The Tairona civilization itself flourished across the Sierra Nevada from around the first millennium CE until the early colonial period. Archaeological surveys have identified hundreds of settlements connected by paved trails, forming a dense network of communities that traded salt, fish, and crafts with coastal peoples. Ciudad Perdida appears to have served as a major political and ceremonial center within this network. Its elevated position offered both defensive advantage and symbolic power, closer to the sky, nearer the ancestral spirits. Excavations of residential terraces revealed house foundations arranged in clusters, each encircled by low retaining walls. The floors were paved with stone slabs, their perimeters marked by post holes indicating circular huts with thatched roofs. Around them lay storage pits and hearths, showing evidence of maize, beans, and root crops. Botanical analysis has also found remains of coca leaves and lime containers used for chewing, hinting at ritual consumption linked to communication with spiritual entities. The economy combined agriculture with trade and craft specialization. Families likely maintained gardens nearby while participating in communal construction and ceremonies on larger plazas. One of the most impressive features is the city's system of stairways, stone steps carved directly into the mountainside, forming arteries that wind for miles through the forest. Archaeologists estimate that more than 2,000 steps connect the lower terraces to the upper precincts. Each tread is unique, shaped to fit uneven rock, yet uniform enough to ensure safe passage even in rain. These stairways demonstrate engineering acumen rarely acknowledged in discussions of pre-Columbian architecture. Their preservation after 1,000 years attests to a mastery of drainage and slope stability unmatched in the region. At the heart of Ciudad Perdida lies a broad plaza encircled by large terraces, once supporting communal buildings or temples. The plaza's surface, meticulously leveled and paved with flagstones, may have hosted rituals involving music, dance, and offerings. Excavations here revealed a cache of ceramic urns containing finely worked gold and tumbaga, an alloy of gold and copper, suggesting votive deposition to deities or ancestors. Carbon dating of charcoal found nearby places these ceremonies around the year 900 CE, indicating that the city was already well established centuries before European contact. The rediscovery of Ciudad Perdida brought renewed attention to the Tairona culture, whose descendants still inhabit the Sierra Nevada. The Kogi, Arhuaco, Wiwa, and Canquamo peoples view the mountains as the heart of the world, a living organism whose balance sustains all life. To them, the terraces of Tayuna are sacred spaces where the spiritual and physical realms converge. Archaeological teams working here must follow strict protocols guided by indigenous authorities, who perform rituals to maintain harmony between excavation and the land. This collaboration has become a model for ethical archaeology in indigenous territories. From a technological perspective, the restoration of Ciudad Perdida has been both delicate and innovative. Because of the steep terrain and fragile ecology, heavy machinery cannot be used. Workers transport materials manually along narrow trails. Restoration teams reinforce retaining walls using the same dry stone techniques employed by the Tairona, ensuring the structures remain breathable and flexible during seasonal rains. Remote sensing tools like LiDAR have mapped unseen portions of the site, revealing additional terraces and pathways still cloaked in vegetation. These findings suggest the visible core represents only a fraction of the original city, which may have extended across several neighboring ridges. The Sierra Nevada itself adds layers of complexity. Rising abruptly from the Caribbean coast to snow-capped peaks over 5,000 meters high, it forms the world's highest coastal mountain range. Its steep slopes create distinct ecological zones, from tropical rainforest to alpine tundra, within a short distance. This diversity supported the Tairona's economy. Crops like cacao and coca from the lowlands, maize and beans from mid-altitudes, and trade goods such as salt and fish from the coast. Trails linking these zones allowed constant exchange. Ciudad Perdida's location midway between coast and summit made it a central node within this vertical economy. The rediscovery also exposed the darker side of human curiosity. In the years following its revelation, the region remained unstable, with armed groups vying for control. Archaeologists often worked under military escort, their camps surrounded by dense forest that concealed both wildlife and human threats. Looting continued sporadically until the 90s, when increased state protection and recognition of indigenous governance stabilized the area. Today, access to Ciudad Perdida is strictly regulated. Visitors must be accompanied by certified guides, and the number of tourists per season is limited to prevent environmental degradation. For researchers, every expedition to the site begins long before the climb. Equipment is transported by mule through humid valleys. Supplies must be planned precisely, as weather can halt movement for days. Fieldwork takes place during the dry season, yet rainfall remains unpredictable. Archaeologists describe the experience as a balance between endurance and revelation. Each terrace cleared reveals not only architecture, but layers of meaning woven into the landscape. Mapping a city built from stone and vegetation requires patience. Boundaries blur as roots and walls intertwine. Excavations have provided valuable insights into Tirona social organization. Differential artifact distribution suggests a stratified society. Elite residences occupy higher terraces with more elaborate stonework, while lower terraces host smaller domestic units. The presence of imported goods such as obsidian and marine shells in elite contexts indicates control over trade, yet the overall design suggests communal cohesion rather than rigid hierarchy. Public plazas dominate the cityscape, implying that collective rituals held the society together. Burial practices reinforce this duality of rank and unity. Human remains found within stone tombs show variation in grave goods but consistent orientation. Bodies placed in flexed positions facing the east. Offerings include ceramics, beads, and gold ornaments, reflecting both status and belief in cyclical renewal associated with sunrise. DNA analysis of skeletal material is ongoing, though tropical humidity complicates preservation. Preliminary results hint at genetic continuity with present-day Kogi populations, underscoring unbroken lineage across a millennium. For archaeologists, the challenge lies not only in excavation, but in interpretation. Without written records, the Tirona worldview must be reconstructed through material culture and oral tradition. Indigenous narratives describe the Sierra as a sacred map of the cosmos, where every river, rock, and terrace corresponds to a part of the human body. In this cosmology, Ciudad Perdida represents the heart, a center of vitality connecting all things. Understanding the city, therefore, requires more than analysis of structures. It demands recognition of a living philosophy that continues through its descendants. One enduring question concerns the city's decline. By the 16th century, when Spanish expeditions reached the Caribbean coast, many Tirona settlements had been abandoned or depopulated. Colonial chronicles mention fierce resistance from mountain communities, suggesting that disease and conflict disrupted traditional life. Archaeological evidence shows burning layers on some terraces, perhaps from warfare or deliberate cleansing rituals. Yet Ciudad Perdida itself seems to have been evacuated rather than destroyed. The careful closure of tombs and the absence of mass graves indicate an organized withdrawal, an act of preservation through concealment. The jungle reclaimed the city, wrapping it in anonymity until modern times. From a global perspective, the rediscovery of Ciudad Perdida challenges common timelines of civilization in the Americas. Its construction predates the Inca Empire by several centuries, demonstrating that monumental urbanism was not limited to the high Andes or Mesoamerica. The Tirona achieved complexity suited to their environment, emphasizing integration with nature rather than domination over it. Their terraces follow the contours of the mountain instead of imposing straight lines, creating harmony between human architecture and geological form. This philosophy resonates strongly today as scholars reassess sustainability in ancient societies. The atmosphere at the site carries a quiet rhythm that affects all who reach it. Archaeologists describe waking before dawn to mist rising off the trees, the terraces glistening with dew. As light filters through the canopy, the circular platforms reveal faint traces of ancient pathways. Each stone seems deliberate, positioned for both function and balance. When rain begins, swift and heavy, it drums across leaves, turning steps into waterfalls, then subsides as quickly as it came. The cycle of wet and dry, growth and decay, mirrors the endurance of the civilization that once called this mountain home. Scientific advances continue to expand knowledge of Ciudad Perdida. Drone mapping now provides high-resolution imagery of the terrain, revealing hidden extensions of the site. Soil chemistry analysis identifies areas of intensive agriculture, suggesting terraced fields on nearby slopes. Microbotanical residues extracted from grinding stones confirm the processing of maize, chili, and cacao, linking diet to ritual feasting. Radiocarbon sequences show continuous occupation for more than 7 centuries, with architectural renovations every few generations. The city evolved dynamically, adapting to environmental change while maintaining symbolic continuity. Collaborative projects with indigenous communities ensure that new findings align with cultural values. Before excavations begin, spiritual leaders known as mamos perform ceremonies to seek permission from the ancestors. These rituals, involving offerings of coca leaves and seashell powder, remind researchers that archaeology here is not just science, but dialogue across time. Many scholars now view Ciudad Perdida as a model for decolonized research, where academic inquiry and traditional knowledge coexist. For those who make the journey today, reaching the city feels less like arriving at a ruin and more like entering a living organism. The terraces breathe humidity, the jungle hums continuously. Guides tell visitors that the stones are alive, listening to footsteps. Standing on the upper platform, one can look down across concentric circles of terraces cascading toward the river valley. Far below, the Buritaka glimmers silver through the foliage, the same river that once carried goods, stories, and people between mountain and sea. The sense of continuity is overwhelming, past and present merging in the haze of the forest. Despite its fame, Ciudad Perdida remains difficult to access, preserving both mystery and authenticity. The 4-day trek through dense vegetation ensures that those who arrive have earned the experience. Along the way, hikers pass Kogi villages where thatched huts line narrow paths. The residents move with deliberate calm, their white garments symbolizing purity. Many act as guides or porters, sharing ancestral perspectives on the landscape. Their presence bridges the temporal gap between the ancient builders and modern visitors, demonstrating that the civilization's descendants still walk the same trails. Cultural preservation efforts now focus on balancing tourism with heritage protection. The Colombian government limits daily visitor numbers and invests revenue into local education and conservation. Archaeologists monitor erosion caused by foot traffic and install discreet drainage channels to protect the terraces. Every rainy season brings new challenges: mudslides, shifting vegetation, and the relentless growth of roots that pry at stone joints. Yet the site endures through constant care, much like the rituals that once sustained it. In academic circles, Ciudad Perdida has redefined discussions about early urbanism in tropical environments. Its success lay not in monumental scale, but in adaptability. The Tairona created a landscape city, an urban form distributed across multiple ecological zones. Their architecture reveals a balance between centralized authority and decentralized living, between permanence and change. Modern urban planners studying sustainable design often cite Tairona engineering as an early example of ecological integration. Every expedition adds new threads to the tapestry of understanding. Recently, archaeologists uncovered a set of small terraces downstream containing petroglyphs, spiral motifs carved into boulders. The spirals resemble designs on Tairona gold pendants, possibly marking ritual boundaries or pilgrimage routes. Nearby, soil analysis revealed traces of cinnabar, a mineral used for pigment in ceremonial painting. These findings hint at processions moving through the landscape, transforming everyday paths into sacred journeys. At night, campfires flicker along the archaeologists' base near the lower terraces. The jungle grows louder then. The call of frogs, the hum of insects, the distant rush of water. Researchers log data by lamplight, entering coordinates, cataloguing shards. Beyond the immediate glow, the mountains disappear into blackness. Yet within that darkness lies continuity. The same constellations that once guided Tairona astronomers still wheel overhead. The sense of scale, both temporal and spatial, humbles even seasoned scientists. In the quiet hours before dawn, when mist curls low over the terraces, the city appears to rise from the forest anew. Each platform catches the faint first light, and for a moment the outlines of vanished houses seem to return. Archaeologists pause their work, taking in the transformation that happens every morning, ruins becoming city, past becoming present. It is in these moments that Ciudad Perdida feels least like an archaeological site and most like a living participant in its own rediscovery. The legacy of the lost city now extends far beyond Colombia. Exhibitions of Tirona artifacts travel internationally, emphasizing artistry rather than treasure. Gold objects once looted and scattered are gradually repatriated, reuniting fragments of cultural memory. Educational programs teach the history of the Sierra Nevadas peoples as part of national identity, acknowledging that Colombia's story did not begin with conquest, but stretches back through civilizations that mastered stone, soil, and spirit. For archaeologists, the work continues with renewed respect. Each excavation season concludes with ceremonies of closure, returning soil to its place and offering seeds as gifts to the land. This gesture mirrors the Tirona's own philosophy of reciprocity, taking nothing without giving in return. Through such acts, science and spirituality converge, ensuring that Ciudad Perdida remains not merely studied, but honored. As the day ends over the Sierra Nevada, light fades slowly through layers of green. The terraces darken first, then the steps, until only the sky above the canopy holds color. The archaeologists pack their tools. The guides prepare for descent. Far below, the Buritaca River murmurs unseen, carrying fragments of leaves downstream toward the sea. The mountain exhales mist, reclaiming its city for another night. Ciudad Perdida stands once more unseen from afar, yet never forgotten, its stones holding the memory of hands that shaped them, its terraces breathing with the rhythm of rain and time. The jungle keeps it guarded, not as ruin, but as reminder that civilizations need not vanish to be eternal. Sometimes they simply wait to be found again. The first thing unearthed was not a temple nor a monument, but a wall, plain, baked brick, so precise in alignment that it still held its shape after 4,000 years. Archaeologists brushed the dust from its surface and found another wall behind it, then another. Streets began to appear where there had been desert, running straight and parallel. Each was bordered by drains covered with fitted stone slabs. Then came the wells, hundreds of them, carved brick by brick. As the excavation expanded, it became clear that this was no scattered village. It was a city, an organized, engineered metropolis from an age when most of the world had not yet built in stone. This was Mohenjo-Daro, the Mound of the Dead, rising from the Indus Valley of modern Pakistan. Its name, given centuries after its fall, carries a melancholy weight. Yet the city itself was anything but lifeless when it thrived. It was vibrant, methodical, and astonishingly advanced. Long before Rome, before Athens, before the pharaohs raised their pyramids at Giza, people here built with a purpose that seemed almost modern. Their streets followed a grid, their homes rose in multiple stories, their drains carried waste through covered channels to large sewers that ran beneath the roads. Everything was deliberate, balanced, efficient, a reflection of a civilization that valued order above grandeur. When British engineers first came across the ruins in the 19th century, they mistook the mound for a natural hill or perhaps the remains of an old fort. Local villagers had long removed bricks from it for their own construction, unaware they were dismantling one of humanity's earliest cities. It was not until the 1920s that archaeologist R.D. Banerjee, working under Sir John Marshall of the Archaeological Survey of India, realized the magnitude of what lay hidden. As he traced walls and recovered seals marked with undeciphered symbols, the scale of the discovery grew. What emerged was evidence of a Bronze Age civilization flourishing along the Indus River, thousands of years before the rise of Greece or China's dynasties. The Indus Valley civilization, also called the Harappan, once stretched across what is now Pakistan and northwestern India. Mohenjo-Daro was one of its crown jewels, a city founded around the year 2600 BCE and occupied for nearly 7 centuries. Unlike the city-states of Mesopotamia, it showed little sign of kings or empires. There were no palaces towering over the populace, no massive royal tombs. Instead, the architecture revealed a kind of civic equality: carefully measured streets, uniform building materials, standardized bricks, and public utilities available to all. The city was divided into 2 main sections, a raised citadel and a lower town. The citadel, standing atop a massive mud brick platform, contained large structures that may have served as administrative or ritual centers. The lower town, sprawling across the plain, housed ordinary citizens in a labyrinth of brick dwellings. The distinction between the two zones was not one of wealth, but of function. The upper mound was built for protection and management. The lower was built for life. One of the most remarkable features found during early excavations was a massive pool, carefully lined with baked brick and sealed with bitumen to make it waterproof. Measuring roughly 12 by 7 meters, it had steps descending on all sides and small chambers nearby that likely served as changing rooms. This structure, known as the Great Bath, stands among the oldest known examples of public water architecture in the world. Scholars believe it was used for ritual purification, a collective expression of cleanliness woven into the fabric of daily existence. Water, both sacred and practical, defined Mohenjo-Daro's identity. Each house, even the smallest, had its own well, bathing area, and drainage outlet. The drains connected to street channels that carried wastewater to covered brick sewers. Manholes built at intervals allowed access for cleaning. This system, unmatched in ancient times, demonstrates a concern for hygiene and civic order, rare even in later eras. Archaeologists who studied the network marveled at its scale, proof of a municipal authority capable of planning and enforcing public works across an entire city. The layout of the streets reveals similar precision. Major avenues ran north to south, intersected by smaller lanes running east to west, forming rectangular blocks. Houses faced inward toward courtyards rather than outward to the street, ensuring privacy and airflow. Many had second stories supported by thick brick walls and internal staircases. The uniformity of design suggests standardization imposed through shared convention or central oversight. Yet despite this order, the city was not rigid. Within the grid, life unfolded with fluidity. Markets, workshops, and homes existing side by side in balanced rhythm. Artifacts found among the ruins paint an intimate picture of that life. Terracotta figurines depict women adorned with elaborate hairstyles and jewelry, hinting at fashion and social ritual. Small clay carts, dice, and toy animals reveal childhood in the ancient city. Beads of carnelian and lapis lazuli, traded from distant lands, speak of prosperity and long-distance exchange. Seals carved with animals, bulls, elephants, unicorn-like creatures, bear inscriptions in a script that remains undeciphered to this day. These seals likely functioned as identifiers for merchants or families, suggesting a literate, organized economy. Mohenjo-Daro's prosperity came from its position along the Indus River, whose seasonal floods enriched the surrounding plains with fertile silt. Farmers grew wheat, barley, peas, and sesame. Irrigation channels directed water from the river into fields. The surplus supported artisans, traders, and administrators. Workshops uncovered by archaeologists reveal industries in metallurgy, beadmaking, and pottery. Copper and bronze tools, standardized weights and measures, and finely turned ceramics show a level of specialization matched only by the great river civilizations of the same era. What sets Mohenjo-Daro apart, however, is not merely its complexity, but its restraint. The city's builders favored function over monumentality. Unlike the ziggurats of Mesopotamia or the temples of Egypt, Mohenjo-Daro's structures were modest in height, emphasizing community over individual power. The absence of ostentatious palaces has puzzled historians. It suggests that governance may have been collective, a council of elders or priests rather than a single ruler. The uniformity of dwellings hints at social balance, an urban experiment in equality that remains astonishingly modern. Archaeological excavations through the 20th century have yielded over 40 distinct building phases, showing cycles of repair and rebuilding. The city was resilient, adapting to environmental shifts and floods. Yet sometime around the year 1900 BCE, its rhythm faltered. Flood deposits and evidence of abandonment mark a gradual decline. The reasons remain debated: climate change, river migration, trade disruption, or internal social shifts. Whatever the cause, Mohenjo-Daro faded, its bricks slowly reclaimed by wind and sand. When the site was rediscovered, the scale of its preservation stunned scholars. Streets remained visible beneath shallow soil, walls still standing to shoulder height. The uniform bricks, baked in kilns to precise ratios, retained their sharp edges. The Great Bath lay intact, as though awaiting water to fill it again. Even the city's wells, hundreds of them, still held structural integrity. In an environment of intense heat and seasonal flooding, such endurance is extraordinary. Excavations during the 1930s revealed new insights into daily life. One area yielded a large structure with thick walls and spacious courtyards, interpreted as a possible assembly hall. Nearby, archaeologists found granaries with air ducts designed for ventilation, their floors raised to protect grain from moisture. These facilities suggest organized storage and redistribution of food, further evidence of centralized planning. Yet inscriptions or royal records remain absent. Mohenjo-Daro's administration remains anonymous, its leaders faceless within history. The absence of deciphered writing adds to its allure. Over 4,000 inscribed objects have been found, from tiny seals to pottery fragments, each bearing a few characters. The script combines pictorial symbols and abstract marks, typically written right to left. Linguists have proposed links to early Dravidian languages, but no consensus exists. Without a bilingual text like the Rosetta Stone, the language of the Indus remains locked. This silence has forced archaeologists to rely on architecture and artifacts to tell the city's story, a puzzle assembled from stone and clay rather than words. Among the artifacts that have captured attention is the famous Dancing Girl statuette, a small bronze figure only 4 inches tall, depicting a young woman poised with one hand on her hip, the other resting on her thigh. Her stance is confident, her expression alive. Cast using the lost wax technique, she embodies a culture of artistry and vitality often overlooked in discussions of early urban life. Another iconic find, the priest-king sculpture carved from steatite, shows a bearded man with a patterned robe and headband, his features serene. Whether he was truly a ruler or simply a dignitary is uncertain, but the craftsmanship demonstrates refined aesthetics and attention to detail. The people of Mohenjo-Daro were not isolated. Trade connected them to distant civilizations across the Arabian Sea. Archaeologists have found Indus seals in Mesopotamian cities such as Ur and Lagash, while Mesopotamian records mention a land called Meluha, likely the Indus region. Ships carried goods like timber, ivory, and textiles in exchange for silver and other metals. The city's prosperity thus extended far beyond its walls, part of an interconnected Bronze Age world. Climate reconstruction has provided clues to the city's eventual disappearance. Geological studies suggest that around 2100 BCE, the monsoon pattern shifted, reducing rainfall and altering river courses. The Indus may have changed its path, leaving settlements without reliable water. Drought would have weakened agriculture, forcing people to migrate eastward. By the time new civilizations rose along the Ganges centuries later, the Indus cities had faded into legend. The rediscovery of Mohenjo-Daro during the early 20th century reshaped archaeology's understanding of human history. It pushed the timeline of urbanization thousands of years earlier than previously thought. Here was proof that complex cities did not emerge solely in Egypt or Mesopotamia, but simultaneously across multiple regions. Mohenjo-Daro became a symbol of South Asia's deep antiquity, a reminder that civilization's roots were broader and more diverse than once imagined. Excavation at the site remains challenging. The city lies in a floodplain where groundwater constantly seeps through the ruins. Exposure to sun and salt crystallization threatens the bricks. Preservation requires constant monitoring. UNESCO designated Mohenjo-Daro a World Heritage Site in 1980, leading to international cooperation in conservation. Scientists employ laser scanning, drones, and 3D modeling to document structures before further erosion occurs. The challenge is to balance exploration with protection. Every excavation risks damage to what it reveals. Visitors who arrive today find a landscape both desolate and profound. The heat of Sind is relentless, and the air carries a fine dust that settles on everything. Yet, as one walks the ancient streets, the organization of space remains palpable. The drains run neatly along the edges. The wells rise from courtyards. The footprints of houses line the paths like a vanished neighborhood awaiting its residents. The quiet invites reflection, not of decline, but of endurance. The city still teaches through its design, whispering lessons about cooperation, sustainability, and the fragility of equilibrium. Archaeologists have long noted that Mohenjo-Daro's society appears to have avoided militarization. Unlike other early civilizations, it lacks fortifications or weapons caches. There are no depictions of warfare, no scenes of conquest. This absence may indicate a culture oriented toward trade and governance rather than domination. Its collapse, therefore, likely came not from invasion, but from nature's slow reconfiguration, a river's whim, a shift in rain, a thinning harvest repeated over generations. The mystery of the city's end has invited speculation. In the early days of exploration, exaggerated theories emerged of catastrophic floods burying inhabitants alive, or ancient warfare leaving the city scorched. Modern evidence refutes these dramatizations. Excavations show gradual decline, not sudden destruction. The people of Mohenjo-Daro likely dispersed, carrying fragments of their culture to other regions. Their legacy persisted in technologies, artistic motifs, and agricultural practices absorbed by later South Asian societies. Among archaeologists, the most evocative aspect of the site is its anonymity. We do not know the city's true name, its rulers, or its deities. Yet its silence feels purposeful, as if the builders trusted their works to speak for them. The streets and wells express values of cleanliness, balance, and civic unity more clearly than any inscription could. The very bricks, uniform in size and ratio, suggest a shared understanding of proportion that extended from architecture to society itself. Recent discoveries continue to refine the picture. Magnetic surveys have revealed unexcavated neighborhoods extending beyond the known perimeter. Clay tablets uncovered in peripheral mounds show standardized weights inscribed with numerical marks, indicating economic regulation. Botanical remains analyzed under microscopes reveal domesticated rice earlier than previously thought, suggesting agricultural innovation within the region. Each discovery adds depth to a civilization that once seemed unknowable. Comparisons with contemporary cultures highlight Mohenjo-Daro's distinct philosophy. Where Egypt built tombs to immortalize individuals, the Indus built cities to sustain communities. Where Mesopotamia wrote hymns to kings, the Indus inscribed animals and abstract symbols, perhaps representing collective identity. This divergence makes Mohenjo-Daro both familiar and alien, a civilization advanced in material sense, yet opaque in motive. Standing atop the citadel mound today, archaeologists often describe an uncanny stillness. The wind moves across the bricks, carrying heat like breath. From here, one can trace the outline of avenues descending toward the plain. The Great Bath lies to the west, its steps catching sunlight. Beyond it stretch the remains of houses, wells, and drains fading into haze. It is difficult to imagine the place filled with voices, yet the evidence insists it once was. The echo of footsteps on brick, the splash of water, the murmur of traders negotiating goods. The city's heartbeat lingers faintly, preserved in geometry. Conservationists now face an existential question: how to preserve a city built from clay in an environment that erodes it. Protective shelters, chemical treatments, and drainage systems all offer temporary relief, but long-term survival depends on maintaining groundwater balance. Every rainfall season threatens to undo decades of work. Despite this, the site endures, a fragile monument to human ingenuity against nature's permanence. The allure of Mohenjo-Daro lies partly in its incompleteness. For every discovery made, another mystery deepens. Who governed this city? What language did its people speak? How did they organize labor so precisely without leaving records of authority? Each question fuels the next generation of researchers. Excavation seasons alternate between intense fieldwork and long monsoon hiatuses, when the site rests under protective covers. Then, as the rains recede, the archaeologists return, their brushes and trowels tracing once more the lines drawn 4 millennia ago. In laboratories, fragments of pottery and bone undergo microscopic examination. Scientists study isotopes to reconstruct diets, discovering patterns of seasonal migration between city and countryside. Chemical analysis of copper tools reveals smelting techniques remarkably pure for the era. Residue in storage jars indicates fermentation, perhaps of barley beer or date wine. Through such traces, the city regains texture, taste, craft, and rhythm restored through science. The human element persists most strongly in small details. Fingerprints embedded in bricks made by ancient artisans, a child's toy shaped like a bird, a necklace of shell beads found near what was once a doorway. These remnants remind us that Mohenjo-Daro was not merely an experiment in urban planning, it was a place of families, artisans, and daily rituals. Its grandeur lies not in kingship, but in community. In a global sense, Mohenjo-Daro stands as a mirror to our own modern cities. It demonstrates that urban life need not be defined by hierarchy or monumentality. 4,000 years ago, its inhabitants achieved balance between infrastructure and environment, public and private space, technology and restraint. They left no empire carved into stone, yet their quiet precision shaped the path of civilization itself. As dusk falls over the Indus Plain, the bricks glow faintly in the setting sun. The city appears to breathe again, its outlines softening as shadows stretch. Researchers pack their instruments, closing notebooks filled with sketches and coordinates. The desert air cools, carrying the faint scent of dust and river. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the Indus flows as it did when this city thrived, bearing the same silt that once built its walls. Mohenjo-Daro's story is neither tragedy nor triumph, it is continuity. Its rediscovery reminds us that human creativity has deep roots, that innovation and cooperation are ancient companions. The city may have been lost to time, but its lessons remain visible in every brick, every drain, every well that still draws water after 4,000 years. The desert will one day reclaim it entirely. Yet even then, the pattern it set, the balance between people, place and purpose, will persist quietly through history, waiting, as all lost cities do, for someone to uncover it once more. Long before satellites traced the Earth from orbit or explorers crossed deserts with steel and engines, the sands of southern Arabia hid a city known only by whispers of scripture and myth. The City of Ubar, the Atlantis of the sands, a name spoken by Bedouin tribes with quiet reverence, a place said to have been swallowed by the desert for defying heaven itself. For centuries, no one could prove it existed. It was a story, half faith, half warning, woven through Quranic verses and travelers' tales. Yet somewhere beneath the endless expanse of the Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter, something was waiting. Buried deep below dunes that shift like waves on a golden sea, the bones of a forgotten city still lay intact. The Rub al-Khali covers nearly a quarter of the Arabian Peninsula, stretching across Saudi Arabia, Yemen, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman. It is a place of extremes. Dunes tower as high as mountains, reaching 300 meters. Temperatures climb past 120 degrees Fahrenheit. For centuries, caravans skirted its edges rather than challenge its interior. The desert is said to move, swallowing roads, oases, and even towns whole. To the Bedouin, it is alive, breathing, changing, erasing. In such a landscape, it is easy to understand how an entire city might vanish. References to Ubar appear in some of the oldest known writings about Arabia. Ancient historians spoke of a region rich in frankincense, the aromatic resin prized across the ancient world. Merchants traveled vast trade routes connecting southern Arabia with Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, and the Mediterranean. Frankincense burned in temples and palaces, offered to gods and kings alike. The people who controlled this trade grew wealthy beyond measure. Greek geographers mentioned a kingdom in this region called Arabia Felix, Fortunate Arabia. The source of its fortune, they believed, was a city of immense splendor located at the crossroads of desert routes, Ubar. But as centuries passed, the routes shifted, the climate changed, the land dried. By the time Islamic chroniclers wrote of Ubar, it had already become legend. The Quran refers to it as Iram of the Pillars, a magnificent city whose people, the tribe of Ad, turned arrogant and defied divine law. In punishment, a furious wind swept across the land, burying the city beneath sand. The legend persisted for over 1,000 years. Travelers searched but found nothing. To scholars of the 19th and early 20th centuries, Ubar was simply another myth, a desert Atlantis. Then came the satellites. In the early 1990s, a small team of researchers led by adventurer Nicholas Clapp and NASA scientists decided to re-examine the story. Clapp, a filmmaker with a lifelong fascination for Arabian history, had read ancient texts describing lost cities near the frankincense routes. He believed Ubar might have been real. But where to start? The Rub al-Khali spanned more than 250,000 square miles. Searching by foot would take lifetimes. So Clapp turned to technology, specifically radar images from NASA's Space Shuttle program. Synthetic aperture radar could penetrate dry sand, revealing the traces of ancient caravan routes invisible to the naked eye. When the images were processed, a faint web of lines appeared, roads etched by centuries of camel caravans, all converging toward a single point in southern Oman. The pattern was unmistakable, the meeting of trade routes where a major city must once have stood. Archaeologists and Omani authorities set out to investigate. What they found at the site known as Shiza astonished them. Beneath the collapsed ruins of a massive fortress lay layers of stone foundations buried deep below centuries of sediment. Pottery shards, ancient walls, and the remnants of towers spoke of a once thriving settlement that had fallen into ruin long ago. It was as though the desert itself had folded over the city, preserving it in silence. The fortress at Shiza was built of limestone blocks, some weighing several tons. Archaeological evidence revealed multiple phases of construction. Early walls dated back thousands of years, possibly to the time when frankincense caravans passed through. Later additions suggested continued occupation through classical antiquity and even the early Islamic period. Deep within the ruins, excavators discovered a large sinkhole, an immense cavern into which part of the settlement had collapsed. It appeared that the city's final destruction was not merely metaphorical. The very ground had given way, dragging buildings and streets down into the earth. For centuries afterward, the desert sands drifted over the wreckage, sealing it from sight. To the local Bedouin, this discovery was no surprise. They had long known of a lost place in the desert, a forbidden site whispered about by travelers. Some said strange lights could be seen above it at night. Others claimed that those who entered never returned. When the excavation team arrived, guides pointed them toward Shiza without hesitation. The name Ubar itself, they explained, was sometimes used to describe the whole region, its memory carried by oral tradition through generations. The archaeologists realized the legend of Ubar might not refer to a single city, but to a network of settlements tied to the ancient incense trade, collectively destroyed or abandoned as the desert expanded. The frankincense trade was the lifeblood of southern Arabia for millennia. Harvested from the boswellia trees of Dhofar, the resin was transported northward along routes lined with wells and fortified stops. These stations served as both trading posts and sanctuaries against the perils of the desert. Ubar, or Shiza, was likely one such hub, strategically positioned where multiple caravan routes converged. As long as the frankincense flowed, the city prospered, but when Rome's demand for incense declined and new sea routes bypassed the land caravans, the desert outposts began to fade. Add to that a shifting climate, rivers drying, wells silting, sand encroaching, and entire regions were gradually abandoned. Over time, the story of their demise evolved into myth, transforming a slow environmental collapse into divine retribution. Archaeologists uncovered artifacts that confirmed centuries of trade. Pottery fragments from as far as Mesopotamia and India, beads of carnelian, and fragments of incense burners testified to a global network of exchange. Yet among these remnants was something even more haunting: the absence of the people themselves. The ruins showed no signs of warfare or fire, no human remains. It was as if the city had been evacuated or swallowed whole. The sinkhole offered an eerie explanation. Its edge formed a vast circular depression, 50 meters deep, carved into limestone by an ancient underground aquifer. At some point, perhaps after heavy rainfall, the roof of the cavern collapsed, dragging towers and streets into the void. To the people of the time, such an event would have seemed nothing short of divine punishment. The notion of a city punished for pride appears in myths far beyond Arabia. The Greeks spoke of Atlantis, drowned beneath the sea. The Hebrews told of Sodom and Gomorrah. The Mesopotamians remembered consumed by wind and dust. In each, human arrogance invited destruction. Whether coincidence or shared memory, these stories mirror one another in tone and lesson. For the tribe of Ad, the tale of Ubar was both warning and heritage, proof that even the greatest empires could vanish overnight. The Quranic verse describing Iram of the Pillars evokes imagery of tall structures and unmatched wealth, a civilization undone by its own hubris. When explorers uncovered Shiza's towering walls and collapsed towers, the parallel felt almost prophetic. Modern analysis suggests that Ubar's collapse occurred around the early centuries of our era, perhaps between the 3rd and 5th centuries. During this time, shifting trade patterns and regional conflicts weakened the incense economy. The once lush wadis of Dhofar began to dry. Travelers recorded treacherous sandstorms sweeping across the region, transforming fertile plains into dunes. The city's well system, once fed by groundwater, failed. Without water, caravans could no longer stop. Ubar, once the heart of the desert trade, simply ceased to function. Its towers crumbled and its inhabitants moved on. What remained was gradually buried until only legend remembered its name. Yet even as archaeologists uncover evidence of its real existence, the aura of mystery surrounding Ubar remains. Some scholars argue that Ubar was never a single city at all, but a name used by outsiders to describe the entire region of frankincense trade. Others believe the site at Shisar was merely one of several Ubars, a hub within a vast network of ancient settlements stretching across southern Arabia. The absence of written records leaves the question open. The truth may lie somewhere between myth and history, a kingdom that existed, flourished, and vanished, later mythologized by storytellers seeking meaning in its loss. To walk among the ruins today is to step into a landscape that feels untouched by time. The sand muffles every sound, the air shimmers with heat. Jagged remnants of stone rise from the earth, like the ribs of some buried giant. Archaeologists have reconstructed parts of the fortress, but most of the site remains unexcavated, left to the mercy of wind and drifting sand. Visitors often describe a strange stillness, a sense of being watched by the desert itself. It is easy to see why ancient travelers spoke of curses and divine punishment. The desert consumes everything, buildings, bones, even memory, and yet it preserves too, sealing away artifacts that emerge centuries later as if newly made. The rediscovery of Ubar marked a turning point in the study of Arabia's pre-Islamic past. For the first time, satellite imagery and ground excavation converged to confirm that legends could rest on real foundations. What had once been dismissed as myth revealed tangible ruins, trade routes, and geological evidence. In this sense, Ubar bridges two worlds, the mythical and the material, the divine and the historical. Its story reminds us that legends often begin as memories, distorted but not entirely invented. Standing at the edge of the sinkhole, gazing into the void where the city once stood, one can't help but imagine what life here might have been like at its height, the air thick with the scent of burning frankincense. Camels arriving in long, rhythmic lines, merchants shouting, scales clinking, the calls of prayer and trade mingling in the dry wind. Children chasing one another through narrow lanes between high limestone walls. Then one night, perhaps after an earthquake or a violent storm, the ground gave way. The next morning, the towers were gone, replaced by a gaping pit. The survivors fled north, their voices carrying the story across generations until it became legend. A city punished by God, erased by the desert. Even now, archaeologists continue to debate the extent of Ubar's influence. Some believe it served as the administrative center for the entire incense trade, while others argue it was more of a way station. Regardless, its significance lies in what it represents, the intersection of myth, memory, and science. For centuries, scholars argued that the Quranic Iram was purely symbolic, a metaphor for human arrogance. Yet here at Shisar are physical pillars rising from the sand. Whether coincidence or correlation, the resemblance is uncanny. Beyond its archaeological importance, Ubar's rediscovery had a profound cultural resonance. For Oman and the Arabian Peninsula, it reawakened interest in a deep and proud heritage, long overshadowed by neighboring civilizations. The find drew international attention, linking ancient Arabian history to the wider story of human civilization. It reminded the world that the deserts of Arabia, often imagined as empty wastelands, were once centers of trade, knowledge, and innovation. The frankincense routes connected continents long before modern borders, carrying not only goods but ideas, religious beliefs, technologies, languages that helped shape the ancient world. The story of Ubar also highlights the power of perseverance in discovery. It took the combination of age-old legend, local wisdom, and cutting-edge technology to locate the site. Without the oral traditions of Bedouin tribes guiding explorers to Shissa, the satellite images alone might have remained meaningless lines on a screen. It was collaboration between the modern and the ancient, the very spirit of archaeology itself, that brought Ubar back into view. Yet the city continues to hide secrets. Only a fraction of the site has been excavated. Remote sensing indicates further structures buried deeper beneath the dunes, perhaps entire quarters of the ancient settlement still intact. Each passing year brings new revelations. Pottery fragments, tools, remnants of walls suggesting a city far larger than first imagined. Yet as quickly as the sand reveals, it conceals again. Archaeologists often return to find that the wind has undone their work, erasing trenches and covering foundations. The desert seems determined to reclaim what is hers. For many who visit, Ubar becomes a meditation on impermanence. Civilizations rise, flourish, and fade, leaving traces so faint they blur into myth. The same forces that built the city, trade, ambition, faith, also ensured its fall. When commerce declined, when the rains stopped, when the sand advanced, the city's foundations gave way. The pattern repeats throughout history. Ubar is a reminder that no empire, however grand, is immune to nature or time. At night, the desert around Shissa transforms. The air cools, the stars blaze across the sky in impossible clarity. Standing amid the ruins, surrounded by silence, one might almost hear faint echoes of the past, the rhythmic steps of camels, the crackle of fires, the hum of voices carried by the wind. Archaeologists camped here have spoken of the uncanny sensation that the dunes themselves remember, as if the city's essence lingers within the sand. The rediscovery of Ubar did more than confirm an ancient legend. It redefined how we seek the past. It showed that technology could uncover truths buried not just in earth, but in story. It taught that myth and history are not opposites, but partners, one preserving the other until we are ready to listen. The tale of a city punished for pride became, in the end, a story of endurance. For while Ubar's towers may have fallen, its memory survived, carried through scripture, rumor, and sandstorms until rediscovered by a generation that believed the old tales still held meaning. Perhaps that is Ubar's final lesson, that nothing truly vanishes. Beneath dunes or waves, in lost valleys or forgotten texts, fragments of the past persist, waiting for someone to trace the faint lines that lead to them. The city of Ubar, whether fortress, trade hub, or entire kingdom, remains both real and symbolic. Real in its stones, wells, and artifacts. Symbolic in its story of loss, rediscovery, and the thin line between history and legend. From a myth recited around campfires to the radar images that finally revealed its outline, Ubar's journey from legend to fact mirrors our own enduring search for origins. In the end, perhaps the sands did not merely bury the city, they protected it, preserving its name until the time came for it to rise once more, not in stone, but in understanding. What other cities, still hidden beneath the earth, wait for their stories to be told? That answer lies somewhere beyond the horizon, where the desert stretches endlessly, its surface calm, its secrets deep. At sunrise, the light over Cambodia has a certain quality, soft, golden, almost watery, spilling through the forest canopy and illuminating towers carved from sandstone. From a distance, the spires appear like lotus buds rising through mist. They belong to Angkor Wat, the most famous temple of a city once so vast that its heartbeat could be felt across an empire. What remains today is only the skeleton of its former self, yet even that skeleton stretches farther than any medieval city of Europe. The jungle has reclaimed much, wrapping its vines around stone and letting tree roots cascade down like frozen waterfalls. But even this slow conquest by nature cannot conceal the grandeur of Angkor. Before Angkor became a legend, it was alive with movement. Thousands of laborers worked along its causeways. Monks in saffron robes crossed its courtyards at dawn, carrying bowls of lotus petals. The air was thick with incense and the distant sound of water, for Angkor was not built upon dry ground alone. It was a city of reservoirs, canals, and moats, an engineered landscape that turned the monsoon rains into a living network of lifelines. To walk through it now is to wander through the veins of a civilization that mastered both earth and water. Long before its rediscovery, Angkor's name had drifted across centuries like a rumor. When European travelers first heard tales of a lost city hidden deep in the forests of Siam and Cambodia, few believed it. The notion of an Asian metropolis rivaling the size of Paris or Rome seemed impossible. But Angkor was already old by the time such cities rose. Its founding stretched back to the early 9th century, when a ruler named Jayavarman II declared himself a divine king, Devaraja, uniting the Khmer tribes beneath a single realm. He established his capital on the Kulin Plateau, crowning himself with rituals meant to fuse god and king. From that moment, the Khmer Empire began its ascent. Over the next centuries, the empire expanded across most of mainland Southeast Asia. Its rulers built successively larger cities, each one grander than the last. The landscape of Cambodia transformed into a canvas of monumental ambition. Angkor, its crown jewel, would eventually cover nearly 400 square kilometers. Within this space, temples, palaces, moats, rice fields, and villages intertwined in an intricate design, both earthly and celestial. From above, the city seemed to mirror the cosmos, its central towers representing Mount Meru, the mythic home of the gods, surrounded by concentric galleries and moats, symbolizing oceans and mountains. Yet, for all its spiritual symbolism, Angkor was not a mystical abstraction. It was an administrative and economic marvel. Its engineers devised a hydraulic system that remains one of the most sophisticated of the pre-modern world. Vast reservoirs known as barrays collected monsoon rains and diverted water into canals that irrigated rice fields year-round. These networks allowed the city to sustain hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Archaeological estimates suggest that at its peak, Angkor supported a population exceeding 1 million, a number unparalleled until the Industrial Age. The city's heart, Angkor Wat, was begun during the reign of Suryavarman II in the early 12th century. Dedicated to Vishnu, the Hindu preserver of worlds, it was designed as a temple and mausoleum combined, a reflection of the heavens built on earth. The temple's perfection lies not only in scale, but in proportion. Its corridors align with celestial events, its towers rise according to harmonic ratios, and its bas-reliefs unfold like a continuous story carved in stone. These reliefs stretch for hundreds of meters, depicting scenes from Hindu epics, the churning of the ocean of milk, celestial dancers known as apsaras, warriors, elephants, and kings. Each figure is rendered with fluid grace, preserving motion in stillness. But Angkor was more than one temple. Around Angkor Wat rose other masterpieces, Bayon, with its hundreds of serene faces gazing in every direction. Tar Prom, where massive trees now grip the stone walls like living monuments of time. Preah Khan, both fortress and monastery. And Angkor Thom, the great walled city at the center of the empire. Each ruler left their mark, layering stone upon stone, inscription upon inscription. Over centuries, the city became not just a capital, but a living chronicle of Khmer civilization. The transition from Hinduism to Buddhism during later reigns transformed Angkor's spiritual identity. Jayavarman VII, who ruled in the late 12th century, embraced Mahayana Buddhism and filled the city with images of compassion and enlightenment. He constructed hospitals, rest houses for travelers, and an immense road network linking distant provinces. His devotion was expressed in architecture that merged grandeur with introspection, faces of divine serenity carved upon every tower, watching over the kingdom with infinite calm. Yet even empires built on devotion face decline. By the 13th century, the balance that sustained Angkor began to falter. The delicate water system, so essential to its prosperity, required constant maintenance. When monsoon patterns shifted, reservoirs silted and canals clogged. Periods of drought were followed by devastating floods. As engineers struggled to restore equilibrium, new challenges arose: foreign invasions, shifting trade routes, and internal divisions. The rise of maritime powers along the coasts gradually drew commerce away from the inland capital. The Khmer elite eventually relocated southward toward Phnom Penh, closer to the Mekong's trade arteries. What followed was not a sudden collapse, but a slow fading. Temples remained, but the city's pulse weakened. By the 16th century, when Portuguese missionaries wandered through the region, Angkor had already fallen into partial ruin. They marveled at what they found: vast towers overgrown with vegetation, silent corridors where monkeys and birds nested. Their reports spoke of a city built by giants, for no one believed ordinary humans could have raised such colossal stones. In later centuries, the forest reclaimed nearly all of it. Roads disappeared, villages migrated, and Angkor vanished beneath the green tide of tropical growth. Only local monks and villagers maintained faint connections to its temples, preserving rituals and stories that kept the site from total oblivion. To them, Angkor was never lost. It merely slept. Its rediscovery by the wider world began in the 19th century, during the age of exploration and colonial expansion. French naturalist Henri Mouhot arrived in Cambodia in 1860. When he stumbled upon Angkor Wat, he wrote in astonishment of "a rival to Solomon, conceived by Michelangelo." His published journals, filled with detailed sketches and descriptions, captured Europe's imagination. To readers accustomed to tales of Rome or Greece, the idea of an equally monumental civilization in the jungles of Asia was revelatory. The French colonial administration that followed took particular interest in Angkor. Scholars, archaeologists, and conservators began systematic studies of the temples. They cleared vegetation, documented inscriptions, and attempted the first restorations. Yet even their best efforts were dwarfed by the scale of the ruins. The city's limits seemed impossible to define. Every time explorers believed they had reached the outer boundary, another temple complex appeared farther on, half buried and tangled with roots. In modern times, new technologies finally revealed the true enormity of Angkor. Aerial surveys and later LIDAR scanning pierced the forest canopy, mapping the hidden topography. The images astonished researchers. Beneath the trees lay evidence of an immense urban grid: streets, canals, ponds, and neighborhoods stretching far beyond the known temples. What had once been imagined as a collection of isolated monuments was, in fact, a complete city. Its organized infrastructure suggested a level of urban planning that would not appear in Europe until many centuries later. The discovery also changed how historians understood Angkor's decline. Rather than a city simply abandoned, Angkor appeared to have transformed gradually. Rural populations persisted around its temples long after political power shifted elsewhere. The empire's core had moved, but its spiritual heart remained. Even through Cambodia's most turbulent eras, pilgrims continued to visit Angkor Wat. When the jungle covered the roads, they followed the stars. One of the most striking qualities of Angkor today is its dialogue with nature. The forest that once concealed it now forms part of its beauty. Roots of strangler figs and silk cotton trees twist around towers and galleries, merging living wood with carved stone. Ta Prohm, left partially unrestored, embodies this coexistence, an intentional choice by conservators to let visitors witness how time reshapes monuments. The sight of colossal roots gripping temple walls feels like nature reclaiming art, yet also preserving it, locking it safely within her grasp. Visitors often speak of an almost dreamlike calm that settles over the site at dusk. The air cools, the stone glows orange, and the temples seem to breathe. It's easy to imagine the processions that once passed along these same causeways: elephants draped in gold cloth, priests carrying torches, music rising from the barrays as the waters reflected 1,000 lights. Angkor is not just architecture. It is performance frozen in stone, a theatre where the gods were both audience and actors. Archaeologists studying Angkor's art have noted its remarkable consistency. Across hundreds of structures, the craftsmanship remains exquisite, suggesting a vast guild system of artisans trained through generations. Inscriptions reveal that entire villages were dedicated to producing specific materials: stonecutters, bronze casters, rice farmers who supported temple workers, and scribes who chronicled their deeds. This integration of labor, faith, and art created a self-sustaining civilization unmatched in scale. Yet for all its power, Angkor's story carries an undercurrent of fragility. The same system that made it flourish, its control over water, was also its vulnerability. When researchers examined sediment cores from ancient reservoirs, they found evidence of environmental stress, periods of severe drought alternating with massive floods. Such volatility would have disrupted crops, trade, and stability. The empire's population, reliant on the intricate hydraulic web, faced shortages. Political upheaval likely followed. What was once an engineering triumph became an unmanageable burden. Centuries later, these lessons still resonate. Modern Cambodia draws identity and pride from Angkor's legacy. The temple appears on the national flag, symbolizing endurance through adversity. Yet the ruins also remind us how dependent civilization is on balance, between nature and human ambition, between prosperity and restraint. In recent decades, conservation efforts have taken on new urgency. The influx of tourism, though vital to Cambodia's economy, brings challenges of preservation. Teams of archaeologists, historians, and engineers collaborate to stabilize foundations, prevent erosion, and manage the delicate relationship between visitors and heritage. Some temples have been meticulously restored, others left in partial decay as testaments to time's artistry. Satellite imagery and ground surveys continue to uncover remnants of outer districts, roads leading to smaller temples, reservoirs feeding once bustling suburbs. Each discovery expands the city's boundaries farther into the forest, suggesting Angkor may have been the largest pre-industrial metropolis on Earth. Its complexity rivals modern cities in organization, water management, and cultural sophistication. What truly distinguishes Angkor, though, is not its size, but its harmony. The city was designed not merely to function, but to symbolize the cosmic order. Every line, every axis, every tower carried meaning. The king stood at the center of this cosmic map, both ruler and conduit between the divine and human realms. From the perspective of its builders, to live within Angkor was to inhabit a reflection of the universe itself. When travelers approach Angkor Wat before dawn, they witness a sight that has changed little in 900 years. The temple's silhouette appears against a pale sky, mirrored perfectly in the lotus-filled moat. As the sun rises, its rays strike the central tower, illuminating carvings that depict creation and renewal. The experience feels timeless, as though the city never truly disappeared, only waited for the world to remember. To those who discovered Angkor anew, its vastness was bewildering. To those who built it, it was simply the world as it should be, orderly, balanced, alive. That vision continues to captivate archaeologists and visitors alike. Each excavation unearths more evidence of a civilization that mastered not just stone, but the art of integration between belief and environment, technology and faith. Even in ruin, Angkor exudes vitality. The scent of lotus, the rustle of palm leaves, the hum of cicadas, all blend with the quiet strength of its towers. Standing before its bas-reliefs, one can trace the same narratives that once inspired kings. The carvings of celestial dancers seem to move when the light shifts, as if centuries have not passed at all. Perhaps what makes Angkor unforgettable is its ability to balance grandeur with grace. Where other empires built monuments to dominance, Angkor built to alignment, to mirror the universe and invite the divine to dwell within the human world. In that sense, it was never entirely lost. The jungle may have hidden it, but the idea of Angkor, its harmony, its ambition, continued to live in the collective memory of Southeast Asia. Today, as modern technology maps the ancient canals and neighborhoods buried under centuries of soil, we are reminded that history often hides in plain sight. The earth forgets nothing. It merely waits. Angkor's rediscovery in the modern age is less an act of uncovering than of listening to the land, to the stones, to the stories carried by local voices who always knew the temples were there. The city of Angkor is both ruin and revelation, a mirror held up to the passage of time. Its stones speak of devotion, ingenuity, and the fragility of greatness. As we leave its gates and hear the jungle close behind, one can't help but sense that the city still breathes just beneath the canopy, waiting to remind whoever will listen that civilizations are never truly lost, only resting until rediscovered. Somewhere beyond the forests of Cambodia, another story awaits, one written in dust and water, waiting for its name to be spoken again. High above the fertile plains of central Anatolia, the wind moves differently. It cuts across limestone ridges, follows the deep grooves of ancient walls, and circles through broken gateways that once guarded an empire. From the heights of Boğazkale in modern-day Turkey, the ruins of Hattusa command a view that stretches for miles. The stone foundations of temples and palaces form geometric outlines on the earth, traces of a city that, for centuries, was buried and forgotten. Today, it seems quiet, almost contemplative, but 3,000 years ago, this was the beating heart of one of the great powers of the ancient world, the capital of the Hittite Empire. Hattusa was not rediscovered overnight. The story of its return began with travelers wandering through the Anatolian countryside during the 19th century. Locals had long known of an ancient settlement among the hills near the village of Boğazköy, where massive stone walls protruded from the soil and strange carved lions guarded the entrance to nowhere. To them, it was simply the old ruins. Shepherds grazed their flocks there, unaware that beneath their feet lay an imperial city once powerful enough to rival Egypt and Babylon. When European explorers reached the site, they recognized something extraordinary. In 1834, a French archaeologist named Charles Texier made the first sketches of the ruins. He noted the scale of the city's walls, the monumental gateways, and the remnants of vast temples. Yet he could not identify who had built them. The Hittites were still little more than a name whispered in biblical references, an obscure people whose existence was doubted by scholars. The ruins at Boğazköy were thought to belong to the Phrygians, or perhaps some unknown culture predating them. For decades, mystery shrouded the site. Only in the early 20th century did systematic excavations begin. German archaeologist Hugo Winkler arrived in 1906 with a team from the Berlin Museum, determined to uncover the truth. What they found changed our understanding of the Bronze Age forever. As they dug through layers of soil and rubble, they uncovered hundreds of clay tablets inscribed with wedge-shaped marks, cuneiform writing. More tablets followed, then thousands. By the time excavations concluded, over 30,000 tablets had been recovered, forming one of the greatest archives of the ancient world. The deciphering of these tablets would reveal that the ruins were indeed Hattusa, the lost capital of the Hittite Empire, a civilization once so powerful that it stood as an equal among the great kingdoms of Egypt, Assyria, and Babylon. The tablets themselves spoke in two languages: Akkadian, the diplomatic tongue of the Near East, and a previously unknown language that scholars realized was the native speech of the Hittites. This discovery not only proved the Hittites' existence, but opened an entirely new branch of historical and linguistic study. Among the clay archives lay treaties, royal decrees, hymns, legal codes, and letters. One tablet described the peace treaty between the Hittite king Hattusili III and the Egyptian pharaoh Ramesses II, an agreement considered the earliest known international treaty in recorded history. Another detailed rituals to honor storm gods, fertility deities, and ancestral spirits. Through these writings, an entire civilization, its politics, religion, and daily life, re-emerged after being forgotten for 3 millennia. To appreciate what Hattusa once was, one must imagine an urban world sculpted by ambition and belief. The city covered more than a square mile, enclosed by 6 kilometers of fortified walls. Massive stone gates marked its perimeter, the Lion Gate, the King's Gate, and the Great Yerkapi Rampart rising like a fortress above the plains. Each gate served not just as defense, but as a symbolic passage between the mortal realm and the divine. Visitors entering through the Lion Gate were greeted by colossal reliefs of lions carved from limestone, guardians of power and protection. To the Hittites, these animals represented strength and royal authority. Within the walls, wide avenues led to temples, palaces, and administrative quarters. The great temple of the storm god, located at the city's center, dominated the lower district. Its courtyards and storerooms once held thousands of vessels, ritual implements, and offerings. Archaeologists unearthed clay bull figurines, bronze tools, and fragments of religious texts describing ceremonies performed to maintain harmony between gods and men. Higher up the hill stood the royal citadel, known as Buyutkale, the Great Fortress. Here, the kings of Hatti ruled over a vast and complex realm stretching from the Aegean coast to northern Syria. The citadel's terraces supported grand halls, archives, and living quarters. Thick stone foundations hint at upper stories now lost to time. From its highest tower, one could have seen the entire city spread below, an ordered landscape of temples, granaries, workshops, and gardens, all encircled by the rugged Anatolian hills. The Hittite kings presented themselves as earthly representatives of divine forces, ruling by sacred mandate. Their pantheon contained hundreds of gods, many absorbed from neighboring cultures. Chief among them were the storm god of Hatti and the sun goddess of Arina, whose union symbolized cosmic balance. Religious festivals filled the calendar, linking royal authority to celestial order. But the tablets also reveal the human side of empire. Letters between kings and queens discuss alliances, marriages, and conflicts. Administrative texts record disputes over land, taxes, and labor. One striking tablet preserves a letter from Queen Puduhepa, wife of Hattusili III, to Ramesses II of Egypt. Written in Akkadian, it conveys diplomacy wrapped in grace, reminding the pharaoh of shared bonds between their families. These exchanges show that Hattusa was not an isolated fortress, but part of a network connecting the ancient world's greatest powers. The city's layout reflected both practicality and belief. Its architects worked with the contours of the land, carving terraces into the hillside and constructing massive gates aligned with celestial events. The Yer Kapi rampart, for instance, contained a secret tunnel running beneath the wall, an engineering marvel that may have served both defensive and ritual purposes. From the rampart's summit, processions could be seen moving along the city's sacred roads, carrying offerings toward nearby sanctuaries. One of these sanctuaries lay a few miles outside the city, Yazilakaya, the inscribed rock. Here, two natural chambers were carved into limestone cliffs, their walls covered with rows of gods in procession. Each figure is carved in low relief, wearing tall hats and holding symbolic weapons. The central panel depicts the storm god embracing the sun goddess, their union representing divine harmony. During the spring festival, priests and the royal family likely gathered here to perform renewal ceremonies, reaffirming the cosmic balance that sustained their world. Even today, standing before these weathered carvings, one feels a sense of presence, as though the gods of stone still wait for the return of their worshippers. At its height, roughly between the 14th and 13th centuries before our era, Hattusa controlled a vast empire of vassal states. Its armies, equipped with chariots of wood and bronze, marched across Anatolia and into northern Syria, clashing with the forces of Egypt at the Battle of Kadesh. Although that battle ended inconclusively, it marked the beginning of diplomacy on a global scale. The peace treaty that followed, sealed in both cuneiform and hieroglyphs, speaks of a rare moment when two rival powers chose coexistence over conquest. Yet like all empires, Hatti was not immune to decline. Internal strife, rebellion, and shifting trade routes weakened its foundation. Around the early 12th century before our era, the city was attacked, its buildings burned and its archives buried under layers of ash. Who destroyed it remains uncertain. Some point to invading groups known as the Sea Peoples. Others suggest local uprisings or a gradual collapse brought on by famine and drought. Whatever the cause, the empire vanished from history, its name forgotten until the tablets spoke again thousands of years later. The rediscovery of Hattusa did more than reveal a lost city. It rewrote the map of the ancient Near East. Before Winkler's excavations, scholars knew little of the Hittites beyond scattered references in Egyptian inscriptions and biblical texts. They were thought to be a minor tribe. The thousands of tablets from Hattusa proved otherwise. They revealed a literate, organized society whose laws and diplomacy shaped the Bronze Age world. Linguists, analyzing the texts, realized that the Hittite language belonged to the Indo-European family, the earliest known written example of that linguistic group. This revelation linked the Hittites to a broader cultural ancestry stretching across Europe and Asia. As excavations continued through the 20th century, archaeologists painstakingly reconstructed the city's story from its fragments. The German Archaeological Institute, working alongside Turkish experts, mapped the city's walls, restored gateways, and catalogued artifacts. The site's preservation became a symbol of international cooperation, bridging nations through shared history. In 2001, UNESCO declared Hattusa a World Heritage Site, recognizing its significance as a testament to early urban civilization. Walking through Hattusa today, visitors can trace the ancient streets much as they once were. The monumental gates still frame the horizon, the Lion Gate's massive beasts, the King's Gate with its relief of a warrior god, the Sphinx Gate guarding the upper city. The sun casts long patterns across the stones, revealing chisel marks left by hands that worked 3 millennia ago. Archaeologists have reconstructed sections of the wall, allowing modern travelers to climb the ramparts and gaze across the same landscape that ancient kings once surveyed. From that vantage point, the sense of continuity between past and present feels tangible. The climate of central Anatolia can shift quickly: hot summers, harsh winters, sudden storms that sweep across the plateau. These extremes shaped Hittite resilience. Their architecture, built from limestone and timber, reflected adaptation to both drought and cold. Storerooms were designed to hold vast grain reserves, ensuring survival through lean years. The city's water channels, fed by nearby springs, show careful planning. Even after centuries of abandonment, remnants of these systems still guide rainwater through the ruins. Beyond its engineering, Hattusa's legacy lies in the written word. The tablets discovered there continue to reveal new insights as scholars re-examine them with modern techniques. Some contain myths older than those of Greece or Rome, stories of gods and heroes whose deeds prefigure later traditions. One myth recounts the disappearance of the storm god's son, whose absence brings drought upon the land. The gods search for him, and when he is found, the rains return, a cycle of loss and renewal mirroring the rhythm of nature itself. In another text, the king prays for forgiveness after breaking a vow. He admits his failure, seeking reconciliation with the divine. These fragments show a culture deeply aware of moral order, responsibility, and the fragile bond between ruler and god. They also humanize the Hittites, transforming them from distant figures of archaeology into voices that still speak across time. The rediscovery of those voices was no simple task. Early excavators worked with limited tools, often in harsh conditions. Dust storms swept across the trenches, and heavy rains turned the dig sites into rivers of mud. The tablets, fragile and brittle, had to be carried carefully to temporary shelters for preservation. Each discovery brought new urgency to protect the site from erosion and looting. Over decades, generations of archaeologists returned to continue the work, building upon one another's efforts until Hattusa's story could be told in full. Today, the site stands not only as a monument to ancient civilization, but as a lesson in endurance. Its stones have survived fire, conquest, and neglect, yet they remain steadfast on their hill. Visitors wandering through the ruins often describe a feeling of quiet awe, as though the city itself still holds authority. The Lion Gate's guardians, worn smooth by wind and rain, seem to watch with the same vigilance they once offered their kings. To the modern eye, Hattusa may appear remote, a cluster of ruins far from the bustle of contemporary life. Yet, its discoveries continue to shape our understanding of human history. The diplomatic tablets illuminate how early states negotiated peace. The laws reveal concern for justice, property, and the welfare of workers. The myths reflect the timeless search for meaning. Even the city's fall serves as a reminder of civilization's fragility, how quickly greatness can fade when nature or neglect intervene. As the sun sets over Boğazkale, the limestone walls take on a copper hue. The surrounding hills darken and the plains stretch endlessly toward the horizon. In that quiet moment, it becomes easy to imagine torches once lining the ramparts, drums beating from the temples, and the chants of priests calling upon the gods of sky and storm. Hattusa may be a ruin, but its presence is still commanding. A city that once ruled empires, now ruling silence with equal dignity. The rediscovery of its tablets did more than fill historical gaps. It gave the Hittites their voice back. Through their words, we glimpse a world at once familiar and foreign, a society balancing power with faith, law with mercy, ambition with devotion. Each tablet, each carved relief, each stone block is part of that conversation between past and present. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about Hattusa is how its story mirrors the rhythm of history itself: rise, brilliance, collapse, rediscovery. Buried for centuries, it re-emerged when the world was ready to listen. Its archives remind us that knowledge, even when lost, can wait patiently beneath the earth until it finds light again. From the heights of its citadel, the view of the Anatolian plain is timeless. The wind still carries the same dry scent of grass and stone that once brushed the robes of Hittite kings. Standing there, it's tempting to believe that the past never truly disappears. It simply transforms, awaiting rediscovery like the tablets of clay that once slept beneath this soil. What lies beyond these hills, waiting for another curious traveler to uncover, remains to be seen. For now, Hattusa rests once more, not in obscurity, but in remembrance, a city reclaimed from silence, speaking again through the language of its stones. It was not the size of Palenque that astonished archaeologists when the jungle finally loosened its grip. It was the precision. The way every stone seemed placed with purpose. The way the carvings spoke in a language of flowing lines and celestial order. Unlike the towering bulk of Tikal or the sprawling might of Calakmul, Palenque was intimate, refined, a city of intellect as much as power. Nestled in the Chiapas highlands of southern Mexico, it rose where mist from the rainforest drifted across limestone hills and water ran cool through hidden springs. Its temples did not dominate the jungle, they conversed with it. When the first explorers arrived in the 18th and early 19th centuries, the city was a mystery swallowed by vines. Only the cries of howler monkeys broke the deep hush of the canopy. The ruins lay cloaked in moss, their walls split by roots that seemed to breathe. Travelers described monumental staircases choked with vegetation, corridors too narrow for light, and sculptures whose faces stared serenely through centuries of decay. It felt like stepping into a dream abandoned by its makers. Yet even in ruin, Palenque's elegance was unmistakable. Long before its rediscovery, the city had been alive with the rhythm of ritual and water. Springs flowed from the surrounding hills, and the Maya diverted them into aqueducts, channels, and fountains that wound through courtyards and terraces. The constant murmur of running water filled the air. It was both practical and sacred, a symbol of life and cosmic renewal. The city's original name, Lakamha, meant great water. To the people who built it, water was the voice of the gods, and Palenque was its earthly echo. Archaeologists now know that Palenque reached its height during the 7th century of our era, when its most celebrated ruler, Kinich Janaab Pakal, known simply as Pakal the Great, transformed it into an artistic and political jewel of the classic Maya world. He ascended the throne as a child and reigned for nearly 70 years, a longevity unmatched among his peers. During his lifetime, architecture, sculpture, and writing flourished into something that still astonishes scholars today. The Temple of the Inscriptions, built as Pakal's funerary monument, remains the city's centerpiece. Rising above the main plaza in a series of 9 terraces, it mirrors the Maya conception of the cosmos, 9 levels of the underworld ascending toward the heavens. Its steep stairway leads to a chamber lined with hieroglyphic panels that narrate dynastic history in meticulous detail. Behind these inscriptions, a hidden stairway descends deep within the pyramid. For centuries, it remained sealed, the secret known only to those who built it. In 1948, Mexican archaeologist Alberto Ruz Luillier discovered the entrance while clearing debris inside the temple. He followed the passage downward, step by step, until it opened into a vaulted chamber buried beneath the structure. At its center stood a massive limestone sarcophagus, carved with one of the most exquisite reliefs of the ancient world. When Ruse lifted the lid after 4 years of preparation, he found the intact remains of Tikal himself, adorned with jade jewelry, a mosaic death mask, and symbols of divine transformation. The discovery was among the greatest in Mesoamerican archaeology, revealing that the Maya, like the Egyptians, buried their kings within monumental tombs. The sarcophagus lid soon became famous for its imagery. It depicts Tikal descending into the jaws of the underworld, framed by the branches of the world tree, the axis connecting earth, sky, and the realms beyond. To the Maya, death was not an end, but a passage. The scene shows the ruler reborn as part of the cosmic cycle, his spirit traveling through celestial pathways toward immortality. Every element, every curl of vine, every glyph belongs to a larger grammar of belief, one that merged astronomy, mythology, and kingship into a single language of stone. Tikal's dynasty continued through his sons and grandsons, who expanded the city's architectural and artistic legacy. Temples were built in clusters along a central ridge, each aligned with astronomical events and ritual purpose. The palace, with its 4 courtyards and distinctive observation tower, served as both royal residence and administrative hub. Its galleries aligned with stucco panels showing captives, dancers, and divine ancestors. Unlike other Maya cities where walls were rigidly geometric, Palenque's architecture played with light and perspective. Vaulted corridors opened to terraces that framed the surrounding jungle, creating spaces that felt alive. Excavations revealed a level of engineering sophistication far beyond expectations. The city's aqueducts ran through subterranean channels of carved stone, some covered by corbelled vaults that withstood centuries of erosion. Archaeologists studying them realized that Palenque's planners had mastered hydraulic pressure, redirecting springs to control floods, supply fountains, and even create ritual cascades. Few other ancient cities in the Americas demonstrate such an understanding of fluid dynamics. It was a civilization that thought in the language of water and stone together. Palenque's artistry was equally advanced. Stucco reliefs captured human emotion with remarkable sensitivity, faces that smile, mourn, or meditate, their gestures fluid and natural. Hieroglyphic inscriptions adorned almost every surface, recording events with a precision that allowed modern scholars to reconstruct not only dates and reigns but personalities. The Maya script, once undeciphered, has revealed that Palenque's scribes chronicled births, conquests, and religious ceremonies with literary grace. When early European explorers stumbled upon the ruins, they could scarcely imagine that the people who built them were indigenous to the Americas. In the 19th century, some theorized Egyptian or Atlantean origins, unable to accept that such artistry had flourished in the New World independently. It would take decades of study to recognize the genius of the ancient Maya, whose mathematical and calendrical systems rivaled those of classical antiquity. Palenque played a central role in that revelation. The first detailed studies of the site came from explorers such as John Lloyd Stephens and Frederick Catherwood, whose expeditions in the 1840s brought Palenque to Western attention. Catherwood's illustrations captured the overgrown temples in haunting beauty, roots draped over sculptures, columns half buried in soil, light filtering through leaves to touch the faces of stone kings. These images, published in Stephens's travel accounts, awakened global fascination with the Maya world. The descriptions were both documentary and poetic, preserving a moment when the city still slept beneath its living shroud. Archaeological work in the 20th century peeled back that shroud layer by layer. Each excavation revealed deeper complexity. Murals painted in vivid reds and blues, pottery etched with celestial motifs, and buried offerings of jade and shell. In one chamber, researchers found evidence of ritual water use, channels designed to carry spring water directly beneath the temple floor, perhaps symbolizing purification or rebirth. The integration of nature and architecture was deliberate. For the Maya, the city itself was a sacred landscape, designed as a living map of the cosmos. Palenque's builders oriented temples toward specific astronomical alignments. During the solstices, sunlight entered certain doorways or illuminated carvings with exact precision. The patterns of Venus, the Moon, and the Milky Way were all encoded in its layout. Modern scholars studying these alignments have come to understand how deeply astronomy informed Maya religion and governance. The ruler was not simply a monarch, but the axis through which cosmic harmony flowed. To rule well was to maintain balance between heaven and earth. This vision extended beyond architecture into ritual performance. Hieroglyphic records describe ceremonies where rulers pierced their tongues or ears to draw blood, offering it as nourishment to the gods. These acts were not seen as suffering, but as sacred duty, renewing the bond between human and divine. In the reliefs of Palenque, such rituals are depicted not with violence but with composure, the king portrayed as calm within transcendence. The art transforms pain into devotion, mortal into eternal. As centuries passed after the city's abandonment, the jungle's steady growth reclaimed its temples. Saber trees rooted through stairways, ferns flourished in courtyards, and the voices of birds replaced those of priests. Yet this reclamation also preserved Palenque, insulating its fragile carvings beneath a natural shield. When modern archaeologists arrived, they found walls still bearing traces of paint, stucco surfaces intact, and inscriptions that could still be read. It was as though the rainforest had chosen to protect what time sought to erase. For the Maya themselves, Palenque never fully vanished from memory. Local communities maintained oral traditions about the ruins, calling them Otolum, place of stone houses. Legends told of ancient kings who slept beneath the earth, of sacred wells and vanished dynasties. These stories, passed through generations, bridged the gap between living culture and buried past. When scholars finally deciphered the city's hieroglyphs, they discovered that some of these oral tales contained echoes of historical truth, a continuity that connects the modern Maya people to their ancestors. One of the most haunting aspects of Palenque is its scale. While many Maya cities emphasized sheer mass, temples towering like mountains, Palenque achieves grandeur through proportion. Its structures breathe. They invite rather than intimidate. The Temple of the Cross, the Temple of the Sun, and the Temple of the Foliated Cross form a triad dedicated to cosmic order, their glyphic panels narrating creation myths and royal lineage. These temples face each other across an open courtyard, creating a dialogue of stone and sunlight. Each time the sun moves across the sky, new shadows reveal different details, a rhythm of illumination echoing the passage of time itself. In the quiet hours of early morning, when mist clings to the treetops, the city feels suspended between worlds. Birds call from the canopy, and the sound of dripping water mingles with the soft buzz of insects. Visitors often describe a sense of presence, as if the air still remembers chants and drums from long ago. The temples stand not as ruins, but as participants in a cycle that continues: growth, decay, renewal. The rediscovery of Palenque did more than uncover architecture. It reshaped our understanding of pre-Columbian civilization. Before the 20th century, Western scholars often viewed the Americas as cultural backwaters compared to the Old World. Palenque shattered that notion. Its artistry, mathematics, and writing revealed a level of sophistication rivaling any ancient society. The decipherment of its inscriptions provided the key to reading other Maya sites, unlocking centuries of history once sealed in stone. Through Palenque, the Maya ceased to be a mystery. They became a voice. Today, visitors can walk the same plazas where Tikal's court once gathered. The palace's observation tower still rises above the city, offering a view of the surrounding rainforest. To the north, the Temple of the Inscriptions gleams pale against green hills. The sarcophagus of Tikal rests deep within, his jade mask now displayed in a museum, but forever linked to this place. The site remains active in research. New technologies like LiDAR continue to reveal hidden terraces and structures buried beneath vegetation, expanding the known boundaries of the ancient city. The Maya conception of time, cyclical rather than linear, feels appropriate here. Palenque's fall in the 9th century was not an end, but a transformation. As political centers shifted and populations dispersed, its temples became monuments to continuity rather than loss. In modern times, that continuity persists through language, ritual, and identity. The descendants of the Maya still live in nearby villages, still speak the languages descended from those carved into stone. Palenque's rediscovery, then, is not simply archaeological, it is cultural, reconnecting people to an unbroken lineage of knowledge and artistry. At dusk, when the last rays of light fade across the limestone, Palenque takes on a golden hue. The carvings seem to absorb the color, glowing softly before retreating into twilight. The forest hums to life again, reclaiming its dominance, yet the city remains distinct, a conversation between human aspiration and nature's endurance. The air smells of wet earth and leaves, a reminder of the world that both birthed and buried it. In this place, the line between ruin and resurrection blurs. Each discovery, each deciphered glyph, is part of an ongoing dialogue between past and present. Palenque invites reflection not through grandeur, but through intimacy. The precision of its carvings, the humanity of its portraits, the serenity of its spaces. It teaches that civilizations are remembered not only for their size, but for their capacity to see beauty in order, meaning in nature, and eternity in the fleeting patterns of time. When archaeologists uncovered Tikal's tomb, they opened more than a chamber of stone. They reopened a conversation with history. The face beneath the jade mask was not distant but familiar, a reminder that art and faith, intellect and wonder are threads that bind humanity across ages. And perhaps that is what Palenque offers most clearly, the sense that even when buried, human creativity never truly disappears. It waits beneath the surface, like water moving through limestone, finding new paths toward light. Somewhere beyond the rainforest, another city waits for that same rediscovery, a voice yet unheard, resting in the soil until the world is ready to listen once more. A cyber tree towers over the buried city, its roots thicker than a man's torso, descending through temple stones as if reclaiming what once belonged to the forest. From its upper branches, macaws drift across the sky, their wings bright against the deep green of Campeche. Below, the forest floor folds around an ancient plaza where stones have sunk into the soil like forgotten words. This is Calakmul, a place where time grew dense and heavy, a place that was once the breath of a kingdom. No map prepared anyone for what it concealed. The landscape itself is deceptive, a rolling carpet of jungle where every rise could be a hill or a pyramid or both. Beneath centuries of leaves lie whole avenues once lined with limestone buildings, courtyards where nobles spoke of conquest, and stairways that led toward gods carved from human ambition. Each discovery began not with excitement, but disbelief. A single block, its surface etched with glyphs, would appear among roots, and then another, until an entire facade emerged from the earth, revealing the hand of a civilization that refused to vanish completely. Calakmul was a rival to greatness long before it fell to obscurity. It was a city of kings who called themselves divine, whose emblems were serpents that signified both wisdom and dominion. Their enemies feared them not merely for their armies, but for their mastery of alliance, a web stretching across the Maya lowlands. Dozens of lesser rulers paid tribute to the Lords of the Snake, sending jade, cacao, and feathers to maintain peace that always teetered on the edge of war. Among the ruins, archaeologists found over 100 stelae standing like sentinels. Many are weathered, the faces eroded, yet their postures remain regal. The kings they depict wear towering headdresses of plumes and jade mosaics. Around them, glyphs curl in elegant precision, recounting battles and marriages, victories and rituals. Even when the carvings are fractured, the artistry carries power, the deep relief catching sunlight that filters through the canopy, turning stone into something momentarily alive. The greatest of Calakmul's rulers was Uknum-Chin the Great, a monarch whose ambition reshaped the entire Maya world during the 7th century. He forged alliances that extended far beyond his own domain, binding distant cities through diplomacy and force alike. From his capital, he orchestrated wars that humiliated his rival, Tikal. His monuments describe him as a man born under the favor of the gods, one who ruled not just the land but the rhythm of time itself. Beneath his authority, Calakmul rose to its zenith, a superpower in a world of kings. The city's heart was built around two immense pyramids that mirrored each other like twins. One represented the living world, the other the realm of ancestors. Between them stretched a broad plaza once crowded with processions, dancers and priests who burned copal resin until the air shimmered with fragrant smoke. When the ceremonies reached their height, the sound of drums rolled through the city like thunder. Today, only the hum of insects remains, but the layout of those plazas still hints at the choreography of belief. Excavations revealed that Calakmul's builders were mathematicians of precision. Every temple was aligned with celestial patterns: the solstice, the equinox, the rising of Venus. To them, architecture was not static. It was an instrument for communion. When light struck certain carvings at exact moments of the year, shadows transformed into living forms. A serpent carved along a staircase seemed to slither downward during the afternoon sun, a vision meant to merge heaven and earth before the eyes of the faithful. Artifacts unearthed from the royal tombs tell of refinement beyond the imagination of later centuries. Jade masks fitted to the contours of royal faces shimmer with tiny tesserae. Beads of shell and obsidian bracelets rest beside bones, once wrapped in textiles that have long decayed. A single jade mask found within Structure 7, its features serene and timeless, captured the essence of rulership, calm in death as in life. The artisans who made it worked without haste, polishing each piece until it reflected green fire. To see it now is to confront the stillness of eternity given form. Yet even the mightiest kingdom can falter under its own weight. As droughts gripped the lowlands and harvests failed, the alliances that had sustained Calakmul began to fracture. Tributary cities turned inward, their rulers defiant or desperate. Warfare resumed, first in skirmishes, then in full campaigns. Stelae that once celebrated victories began to disappear. The last inscriptions grow sparse, fragmented, uncertain. A century after its height, Calakmul slipped quietly into decline. When the jungle finally overtook it, the city did not crumble all at once. Roof combs collapsed slowly, covered by leaves that fell year after year. Lianas wrapped around doorways like vines in search of old prayers. Rainwater filled plazas, turning them into shallow pools that reflected the canopy. The world above forgot the world below. Centuries later, explorers stumbled upon stone mounds that seemed too deliberate to be natural. The discovery grew not from conquest, but persistence. Days of hacking through foliage revealed terraces, staircases, and courtyards so extensive that even seasoned archaeologists doubted their own calculations. The realization spread gradually. They were walking within one of the largest Maya cities ever found. Calakmul was not a legend, it was a revelation. The city sprawled across an area of over 20 square kilometers, a metropolis lost to time yet preserved by isolation. Every mound concealed structure upon structure. Some were simple dwellings, others complex palaces with multiple rooms and vaulted ceilings. The grandeur of the architecture was matched by its silence, not the absence of sound, but a different kind of presence, as though each wall retained the echo of ritual words spoken long ago. Beneath the floor of one pyramid, excavators uncovered a burial chamber lined with painted stucco. The walls bore faint traces of red and blue pigments, remnants of scenes depicting the journey of the soul through the underworld. At the center rested a sarcophagus carved from limestone, its lid heavy with symbolic reliefs. Inside lay a skeleton adorned with jade jewelry, obsidian blades, and shells from distant coasts. Even after 12 centuries, the colors clinging to those shells retained a soft iridescence, catching light like the scales of an ancient serpent. From those remains came insight into the reach of Calakmul's influence. Goods had traveled here from hundreds of kilometers away, proof of a network of trade that once linked river, coast, and mountain. Amber from Chiapas, obsidian from highland Guatemala, shells from the Caribbean, all converged upon this hidden capital. It was a city sustained by both earth and sea, by devotion and diplomacy. Archaeologists catalogued not only royal relics but the traces of ordinary lives. Pottery fragments bearing soot from cooking fires, weaving tools, and grinding stones were scattered through the residential zones. These belonged to the families who supported the palace: farmers, artisans, traders. They lived in modest houses built from limestone blocks, roofed with perishable wood and thatch. Their hands shaped the city's daily rhythm, the pulse behind its grandeur. As excavations deepened, murals emerged, fragments of color that survived centuries of humidity. One mural, found in a building known as Structure 2B, depicted market scenes alive with detail. Men weighed cacao beans, women displayed woven cloth, and traders offered salt and honey. The artists captured not only ritual life but commerce, showing that even divine cities depended upon exchange. These scenes give voice to people who left no inscriptions, a fleeting record of humanity beneath the grandeur of kings. During the late 8th century, the rivalry between Calakmul and Tikal reached its breaking point. Chroniclers of stone describe great battles fought across the lowlands. Captives were paraded before victorious kings, temples were rededicated to new gods. Yet such victories came at a cost. The wars exhausted the resources that had once sustained empire. When famine followed, the divine right of kings dissolved into doubt. People began leaving, first in small numbers, then in waves. Entire neighborhoods fell quiet, the jungle advancing through doorways once swept clean each morning. By the time Europeans arrived on the continent centuries later, Calakmul had been hidden for so long that no living Maya community remembered its name. Its stones slept under trees that grew old and fell, only for new ones to rise again from their decay. The forest did what the conquerors could not. It erased without violence. The rediscovery, when it came, was humble. Men walking through dense forest stumbled upon a stone carved with glyphs. Clearing the soil around it revealed a staircase. Another expedition followed, mapping plazas and pyramids. Bit by bit, the shape of the city reappeared, its geometry defying the randomness of the wild. To stand amid those ruins today is to witness a conversation between two powers, nature and civilization, neither entirely victorious over the other. The pyramids themselves remain the most striking sight. Their slopes rise steeply, built from thousands of stone blocks carried by human labor. Climbing to the summit is an ascent through time, each step a century closer to the age of kings. From the top, the canopy spreads in every direction like a living ocean. When the sun lowers, the trees glow in gold and shadow. The wind carries a faint scent of rain and soil, a reminder that the forest has reclaimed its dominion yet keeps the past intact within its roots. Visitors who linger at dusk often speak of an uncanny stillness that descends upon the site. It is not silence but suspension, as if sound itself hesitates. The air grows dense, and every movement, a bird taking flight, a leaf dropping from a branch, feels amplified. Some say the sensation is reverence, others that it is the lingering awareness of all who once lived here. Whatever the cause, Calakmul leaves an impression not of ruin, but of persistence. What sets this city apart from others of its time is the scale of its written legacy. The glyphs found across its monuments reveal an administrative complexity rivaling the bureaucracies of the old world. They record taxation, ritual schedules, and astronomical observations. The Maya script, elegant and pictorial, captures not only language, but worldview. Through it, historians reconstructed the intricate calendar that governed their civilization. A cycle of numbers, gods, and cosmic events so precise, it rivaled the reckonings of later astronomers. Even as the city fell, its knowledge did not entirely vanish. The descendants of the Maya still count days using the rhythms set by their ancestors. The names have changed, the empires are gone, yet the structure of thought remains, time measured as motion, never as loss. Calakmul's ruins are the material side of that philosophy. Nothing disappears, it only transforms. The forest surrounding the site teems with life. Jaguars prowl along ancient causeways at night, their paws touching stones laid by hands long gone. Spider monkeys leap across trees above what were once royal courtyards. Each creature has become part of the city's architecture, completing a cycle its builders could not have foreseen. The relationship between ruin and wilderness feels almost deliberate, a design that unites civilization and nature rather than separating them. Among all discoveries, the most haunting may be the murals depicting processions of nobles carrying gifts to their ruler. The colors, red, turquoise, and ochre, remain vivid despite the centuries. The artists used mineral pigments that resisted decay, applying them in layers that shimmer under the faintest light. These scenes show a world of ceremony and hierarchy, yet also of beauty. Each figure is painted with individual care, a tilt of the head, a fold of fabric, a gesture frozen in reverence. Looking upon them, one senses not just history, but life paused mid-breath. As research continues, scholars debate why Calakmul fell so completely from record. Some attribute it to environmental collapse, others to political fragmentation. But deeper than any theory lies a universal truth, that greatness often hides its own decline until the end arrives quietly, like dusk settling over stone. Today, the journey to Calakmul is still arduous. Travelers must cross long stretches of jungle track, where the road narrows and the forest presses close. Yet those who persist find themselves rewarded with an experience few places offer, the sensation of standing within a vanished world that feels uncannily intact. The air hums with heat, leaves glisten after sudden rain, and from the highest pyramid the horizon appears infinite. It is easy to imagine the city as it once was, not as ruin, but as revelation. At night, when the moon climbs high above the canopy, the limestone gleams faintly, reflecting its pale light. The pyramids take on new shapes, almost ethereal. Crickets sing from every direction, and the scent of wet earth drifts upward. Time feels suspended, neither ancient nor modern, simply present. Calakmul remains a question carved into stone, a record of human aspiration preserved by chance. Its rulers sought immortality through architecture and faith, and in a way they succeeded. The forest hides them, yet cannot erase them. The city sleeps, but it breathes. Across jungles, deserts, and forgotten plains, each discovery reminds us how much of our past still sleeps beneath the earth, waiting, patient, and unseen. These lost cities aren't just ruins, they're stories carved in stone, silent testaments to human ambition, faith, and wonder. What did you think of the discoveries we explored tonight? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Your insights help bring history back to life. If you enjoyed this journey through time, make sure to subscribe and join us as we continue uncovering the forgotten corners of the ancient world. Until next time.